Hello, and welcome to 3D Dice. My name is Celeste Bloodrain, and today we are having episode 2 of our game of The Mountain Witch. I also learned how to get videos on stream, so now you get to see my wonderful players, who are themselves streamers that I'm sure you've seen before, and our GMs, because The Mountain Witch is a game where all of the players get to have some sort of GM responsibilities. So let's go around the room again and introduce yourselves. Tell us a little about you. Give us a shorter introduction to your character this time. And any key story beats that happened between then and now about your character in the last episode, right? Previously on The Mountain Witch, take it away, 10 Rabbit Bears.
So I'm 10 Rabbit Bears. I do streaming for tabletop RPG stuff, specifically my system these days, which is Sorcery and Steel. And I have to do one, like, adjacent thing. I have to thank whoever the anonymous donor was who did my Extra Life donation today for $50. Grim, sorry, there's going to be a random encounter next session. But yeah, so someone did that, so thank you. Because I do Extra Life. I play, my god, I forgot my character's name, Finnegan, who is a fox person.
Hey, Andrew, you gotta speak up.
I gotta speak up.
Jess says to speak up.
Oh, let me see here.
You could also right-click on him and
I can turn myself up a bit.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. I got a little player. Not a lot of play, but a little play.
Okay.
So I play Finnegan, who is a fox person, who has no eyes, so he is blind. So he uses echolocation kind of to sense the world around him. And he has a sword and can manipulate sound. Last session, yesterday, he met these other lovely adventurers as we embarked on our quest to go defeat the Mountain Witch. And found a couple of them have some anger issues to work out, and one of them clearly doesn't like something about Finn, because she's just really loud. You know, that's like one of his big sticking points right now. So loud. We found a girl whose sister was taken, and that kind of, that she's just like alone in the woods. So that kind of messed with. He wanted to make sure she was taken care of. As well as the other sister. So he wanted to make sure they got back to the next town, which I'm blanking on the name of. I did not write that down.
Beywich.
And then he tried to save somebody who was underneath the burning building and failed. So he's dealing with that right now.
All right.
And that's where I'm at.
Grimbeard, how about you next?
My name is Grim. I am playing Soren, the Black Flame Dragon Turtle. He is a neutral evil character that had to kill a dragon to take its power, and he's been contracted along with these what he believed were lessers at the start of this adventure to ascend the mountain. But he's learning a better measure of what these kind of this unlikely company is capable of. Let me see. So Bears touched on everything that happened story wise.
I left out a couple things for you.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Soren lost a very sentimental trinket during an overnight rest. Some Fae kind of snuck into the camp while we were searching for the little girl's sister, and they took something very important to him. And it got a little out of hand. But yeah, so we find ourselves now in Beywich. I think we left off. Well, Soren was out on the streets near where Finnegan had failed to rescue someone from one of the buildings, and kind of an unintended consequence of that failure actually caused Soren to also kind of take a wound and be run down on the street just before we closed out last night.
Also, you forgot you recruited a man named Steve.
I did. I recruited a man named Steve. So camp followers just kind of spring up around the sect of the Black Flame, and as Soren's reputation grows, so does the strength of our clan. Clan, you guys, is
That's a weird,
one of the
that's a
other
weird
C
way
words.
to-
So,
That's a very weird way to spell cult.
it is.
yeah. Well,
All
it's
right,
a motto, I guess.
Rebel Aviator, you next.
Oh, hello there, friends. I am Rebel Aviator, Navy veteran, avid TTRPG enthusiast, mental health advocate, and all-around nerd. For those who've always seen us play, we do a lot of Halo and a few games coming up soon. We should be finishing up our Avernus campaign here shortly, and then in September we're actually going to be doing a one-shot with Goblin Tuesday, doing the Deadlands Hell on Earth series, which will be fun because I've never done Savage World system, and I'm looking forward to it.
Nice.
I am playing Tobor, the empath, or the empathetic. He is a warforged monk style, very peace-loving, cares for every bit of life. However, in the last episode, it was found that there was people burning sacred texts at a church or temple, and he ultimately ended up going, I don't know, what do you want to say, like heresy detected, and just completely exterminatus at least 2 people.
Yeah. All right. Grim Quests, how about you introduce yourself next?
Hi, I'm GrimQuest. I mostly run D&D campaigns, play other RPGs, and do tabletop RPG prep on my channel. And I'm playing Dorian Fan. Honestly, the most trustworthy guy you'll ever meet. Loves everyone, just wants to help everybody be their best that they can be. But for some reason, people seem to think he's shady. I don't know why, but we'll see. He's been going along with the adventure, trying to help everyone the best he can. And at the end of this session, he met an old either companion, interest, or anything like that, scared them off their horse and told them to run away from the very scary turtle and the robot man murdering everyone.
Ooh, wonderful. And to recap some of the system for the people who are watching, this is a role-playing game that's very narrative-based. Each one of the players has a secret fate that is unknown to me that puts them at odds with the party. If you want to see what the fates are, you can type !fate in the chat. It will let you know. I should just probably do that instead of saying to do that. And I don't even know what these are. And this is going to put them, it's up to them to narrate scenes into existence and narrate facts to be able to reveal these things, because I can't, because I don't know. And at the end of last time, we were speculating who's got what fate, and probably this episode, at least one person is going to reveal their fate for real before we end up at the Mountain Witch's fortress.
So I have a question about that, if
yes,
it's okay.
Go for it. Now's the time.
So when you say someone's going to reveal, do like we just outright be like, and here it is, blah 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 blah, my fate?
Well,
And like,
you know, if suddenly Tobor sneaks up behind someone and then tries to murder them and declares, "I'm murdering you because you killed my father," like,
right?
revenge.
So yeah, keep
Yes.
it thematically appropriate.
Keep it
for the
thematically
scene, but,
appropriate.
like, okay.
Yes.
Is that a
And-
hint? That's a hint, right? Is that a hint?
I think that's a hint.
I like to take all trust away from Tobor.
Tobor could have revenge. You don't know.
It's true.
I'm also expecting at the end of this just to, like, you were the imposter and just get ejected into D&D.
Sus.
So, not that it's come up yet, and I don't want to speak about it too much, but I that came up. I was talking to Celeste a little bit about the game the other day,
All right.
and there's a really neat mechanic that happens that she was telling me about that I'm kind of excited to see. So like, part of me kind of hopes that happens to somebody.
Are you talking about the duel mechanic?
I was talking about the death mechanic.
The death. Oh, why don't I explain that to everyone? So, as I mentioned, the party is not really a party. They've met literally yesterday, know each other only by reputation and what happened along the road. Their conflict will occur. Someone might die. So you can see the points listed next to each player's character up above, and these represent the amount of trust that the other players have put in that character, and then that character can spend those trust points to either help or betray their compatriots. And in order to help, you have to be physically present. There has to be a way that you can help. However, if you are dead, you are now a ghost, you are a spirit, and you can spend your trust points however. Still has to be on the person who trusted you, but you don't have to be physically present. You don't have to have a plausible way that you can actually physically manifest to help because you're a ghost. You can just inspire them directly. And
Use the Force.
Yes, you're like Obi-Wan Kenobi. It keeps you involved, even if your character has died. It's pretty interesting mechanic. It may come up.
Now, that being said, that I'm excited about the mechanic is not an invitation for somebody to come up and kill me. Just to be clear.
Not at all. Nope, not at all.
Well, make sure you have the proper trust from the proper people, and they've got your back.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, can I just say it's a little bull that I'm looking at the screen and Dorian has like the lowest on everyone. I was like, what is this? I'm targeted.
Tobor is giving you 5.
Tobor loves everyone.
Yeah.
This is also fair. Also, if I can indulge, I actually forgot. I meant to set this up earlier, but I got busy with adult stuff. So I'm gonna try to see if my robot voice actually works out for his voice. Let's see.
Go for it.
All right. So I'm about right there. It's a little roboty, but I think you can still hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, if there's a little less.
A little less. Yeah.
Just a smidge.
Yeah, it's a little hard to like dial it in with the Go XLR.
Right.
But yeah, because I don't use it very often. Most of the time, I just use it for like deep thematic voices, like BBEGs or something like that. But I saw that it's like, ooh, robot, and I was like, that's probably really harsh. So
I use a virtual mixer, and I have some like fun settings in there that I can do stuff like that with.
All right. So Grimbeard,
appropriate for mine.
Since you're back, let's go back to the game. Where we left off was in the burning village. Finnegan had just unsuccessfully tried to save someone from a collapsing building. Tobor went all murder robot on some people trying to defile a holy place. And specifically, I think the holy texts were very important to you. Soren, wounded in battle. However, because of the way the game mechanics work, he should be healed now. And Dorian, you were telling that man that he needed to run away. So we'll drop back in here, and Finn, you hear the bell that you gave the children.
I am going to dart in that direction, and as I pass Soren...
Before you dart, is this a special bell that only you can hear because your sound powers, or does everyone hear the bell?
It's a bell that I'm familiar with the frequency that it rings at, so like anybody could hear it, but I am just more familiar, like, oh, that is that bell.
That is the bell. Okay.
Yeah.
So you hear the bell. The rest of you hear cacophony along with all of the rest of the din that's occurring around the burning village.
It's
all
like
right.
a solid A2.
Go for it.
So yeah, Finnegan, he would hear the bell and like ears go up, and then he would dart in that general direction. I'm assuming he would probably have to go past Soren, and he would yell to Soren like, "Hey, the kids might be in trouble. And then he continues on. Because somebody in the party should probably know where he's darting off to. And I think you were the closest.
Okay. So, Finn, you hit them in a bush, right?
Mhm.
So you get to the bush, and the children are ringing the bell, and the Fae are back. There's one of them poking and digging through, trying to find the children in the bush. They want to try to recapture the children to take them to the witch.
Having already warned this particular group once, he is not going to wait to warn them a second time. And he carries the Sunblade, which hums with arcane power, and the hum is a specific word I use in that description for a reason. So as he kind of like darts up, he raises the blade and he's going to swing with it. And as he does, the very low energy hum he's going to amplify to basically do a slashing kind of burst of sonic energy, trying to trying to kill them.
Trying to kill them. Okay.
We're not playing this game anymore.
We're not playing this game anymore.
Warned.
Okay, so rules time. There are 3 Fae.
Yep.
The most you'll be able to kill in one go is 2.
Right.
If you get a double success. Okay.
Right.
Rest of the party, are you helping? You're letting this happen? You're otherwise preoccupied?
Soren would have, as he's picking himself up and kind of like cauterizing in like a crack in his shell, we'll just kind of always something, and I would have run after him because I mean there's not many adults that I would jump to the defense to, but children it's a different rule set for Soren, so I would have followed Finn, and as I caught up and saw him start to engage the Fae, especially seeing the Fae, then I would jump to aid him. Oop, we didn't hear you.
Yep, you were. Nope, nothing.
You spend interest?
There it is.
Yes.
So sorry.
Yep.
Okay. Let's do this. We got 3 Fae against Finn and Soren. Soren is spending 1 trust. And let's go.
So remind me, what does that do for?
You add your
we get to
dice
add
together. Yeah.
That's what it does, right?
So I got a
There's
6.
a 6 from Soren.
Oh.
It's rolling. It's thinking about it. There it goes. And a 5.
Oh, you got 11. I got a 6. So you're up 5. That's a double success. You can kill 2 of them. Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Narrate it for us.
Um,
Well, or Soren, you did roll high. So if you want to
you roll
narrate
high,
it.
but you do it.
All right, yeah, I can take it.
Yeah.
So as Soren rounds the bend and I see Finn engaging these 3 Fae, you draw your blade and it shines brightly in the darkness. It's actually the brightest thing on this dark path. Not counting the burning village behind us, but it lights the path from my distance very, very well. So I get a clear view of the Fae standing next to the one that you just cleaved into with the Sunblade. And while that Fae is kind of standing in shock, just starting to turn to warn the third is when I unleash a bar of black flame that bursts through its chest and explodes out of its back. And they both fall.
All right, we got 1 Fae left. Let's cut over to Tobor and Dorian. What are you guys up to?
Tobor is still like collecting as many of the sacred texts after dispatching the brigands who were burning the sacred texts. So, as he gathers up as much as he can to take with him, he does notice the bell, which to him seems a little off in all the calamity. That there's this like little Salvation Army bell going off. So he would only make the assumption that, remembering that Finnegan had given children a bell to ring, he immediately instinctively would start walking toward, actually running back towards the children, and any people in like any brigands in his way, he's just gonna try to like avoid, like dodging and not really like interacting or attacking anyone. So that's what he will do.
All right, Dorian, what are you up to?
Dorian's afraid that maybe one of the individuals might have seen what he did. So I'm gonna ask a weird thing. Can we self-inflict a wound?
Ooh. What? I mean, maybe, but what is your goal?
My goal is to self-inflict a wound. So, like, take one of the bandit swords, the one that I scared off, and slice myself across the chest or stab myself in the leg to make it look like I lost the fight. And I'm not going to do that for a little bit because I want to try and pillage one of the houses.
Okay, but the end goal is to eventually deceive the rest of the party. Okay,
Yes.
well, you can certainly wound yourself. Whether or not it deceives the rest of the party when you try to engage it, that's going to be, right, a roll versus a roll. So yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not going to inflict a mechanical wound against you for this.
Okay, that's fine. I was perfectly happy to take one, but all right.
Or, well, let's put it to a vote. What do you guys think?
I think yeah.
Yeah, fine. Okay, you take the wound. You wound yourself. Chapter wound.
Do it, Grim. You won't.
Sorry, did I say that too quick? I'm sorry.
Overruled. Okay. All right. So, looting bodies. Let's cut back over to Tobor. Tobor, you run towards the danger, towards the bell, and you arrive to see flame bursting through the chest of one of the Fae that had been trying to capture the children, who has returned to try to capture them again. There is one Fae standing and your two party members. They are engaged in battle. The Fae is going to try to escape without dying. Not going to try to fight you or take the children anymore. The battle is lost for him. What are you gonna do?
Tobor at this point would, after stowing his sacred text in his little satchel, he would actually run towards the fleeing Fae and grapple upon him and put him in submission hold and actually start to interrogate him. If they're so adamant about finding these children, they must have a way to directly go back to the witch, bypassing all these other towns, because it seems that nowhere we go, they just magically pop up somewhere. So they must have some sort of magical apparatus that allows them to appear and teleport between the witch's fortress and any place that they so choose.
All right. Okay. Finn, Soren, you helping? Are you betraying? Standing mute?
Yeah.
Standing
yeah,
by?
I'll help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll help. I'll spend a trust to
Okay.
try and again, I'm going to do the same trick I did before by trying to throw off his equilibrium so that he
Okay.
is more easily captured. That's the word.
Okay. Okay. Soren, you throwing in, or you staying, or want to do something different?
I'm looking through the bodies of the two that we felled. I'm looking for my locket.
Okay.
Or my that I don't know why we keep calling it a locket, but the pendant.
The pendant. Well, I think I might have misspoke once.
It's,
and then it's stuck.
planted a seed. Yeah.
It's planted a seed. Who's the picture of? There's no picture. Okay.
It's
All right.
Soren.
It's just me.
That's so Soren, man. Okay.
Yep.
It is.
I'm rolling for the Fae. Tobor and
Alright.
Finn. Let's see. Oh, I'm rolling good.
I'm not.
Oh,
That's pretty on par for me.
that's a tie. Let's roll again.
All right.
Do I have to spend more trust?
I got a 6.
No, you don't have to spend more trust.
I got a 4.
Okay, you guys are up 6. Double success.
All right.
Tobor.
So
You get the 6.
Yeah.
as Tawar has put this fey creature in a submission hold, he goes to start his interrogation, and upon not really taking into account his full weight of his metal body upon probably such a small fey creature, he is able to like subdue him, but at the same time mortally wound or like crush a few bones while landing. And he goes to ask the Fae, or he tells the Fae, is like, you've already chosen this route. Your life is forfeit, but you still may be of use to us. Where is this magical apparatus that you have? That way you can hop in and out and find us at a whim. And he goes to like search through the pockets a bit, and he'll find a little magical trinket. And from there, that's all he could assume is this. This is the way that these, I would assume these what's the word? Mythosaurus isn't working in my head today.
Elves.
Mood.
Yeah. These servants of the
Brigands.
brigands.
Servants of the Witch. Yes.
Servants of the witch. There we go.
Okay.
Have some way of going from the witch's fortress to anywhere without any sort of like day travel or anything like that. They just pop in, pop out. So, but that is what he finds.
Okay. Okay. And I presume because of the interrogation, the Fae told you that this is what it was.
Yes, the
Okay.
Fae fearing for his life, basically spilled his guts, and told him that this is how we've been able to get to you in such quick successions. And after finding that, after they divulge the information, Tobor says, I will do you one last service in life. And he just takes his head and snaps it to the side, sending him to the quiet forever sleep.
Okay. Double success. Well used. Tobor is getting pretty,
Spicy.
yeah.
Killbot initiated.
Right? Oof. All right. So, the immediate danger is past. If you all choose to do nothing, the townspeople will put out the fire, and the town is more or less saved as a partially burned town can be. Yeah. Anything you all want to, any last things you'd want to do before we transition to nighttime and resting and reflecting for the morning?
Finn would ask on his way back to check on the kids, because I assume we would have gone past them a little bit with all this chasing. He would ask if he found what he was looking for, and then, depending on the answer, he would go back to the kids.
You're asking Soren if he found?
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah.
He heard what you were doing. He knows.
Yeah.
He's got ears.
No, when Finn comes back to the scene, you find the remaining Fae, some in pieces because I'm not very good with pockets. And I'm just kind of sitting with the children. Getting them kind of, they were frightened, so I'm trying to get them to calm down a little bit, and getting frustrated myself because I'm really not finding what I'm looking for. And as the fires in town start to subside, I'll start asking them about where we can find their home.
Ooh, okay, so the children, we've been traveling to our home where our father lives. It's on the down towards the riverside of the village, up against where the woods begin. And we can find our way there from here. This is where we've lived our whole lives. We are safe now. Thank you.
Go. And don't walk these roads without an escort until the witch has been dealt with.
We won't. Thank you. Thank you. And they run off into the night to go to their home. Yeah.
Finn looks at Soren. Well, tilts his head towards Soren. They took my bell. I like that bell.
Do you want me to get it back?
No, it's fine. I have more. It's just I liked that one. You know, it had a nice, pleasant tone. It's fine. I'll get another. It's fine.
Ooh, the bell. All right. So, where will you try to be sleeping this evening? Burned Village.
Yeah, Tobor will probably be sleeping in the temple after collecting as much of the sacred text as he can to try to salvage as much as he can from the burns. So, obviously, it's better than sleeping in the dirt, and it puts him right back at his center point in his what he's come to know. So. That's the closest he'll get back to being home at his monastery.
Soren will say, I snore, and I snore hot, so I'll prefer to sleep without a roof over my head.
Mm.
So he'll find somewhere not very flammable.
All right, Dorian.
Dorian would be finding local villagers that don't have a house that's burned down and would regale them with how he tried to push off the brigands so he could try and get a free bed for the night.
All right, Dorian's sleeping with the townsfolk. And Finn, what's your plan?
I'm gonna roll a die to determine something here.
Ooh.
All right, cool. He'll look to Soren. Soren, you want another, pair of eyes, just in case, since you'll be probably a little more secluded.
Ah, is that a joke?
Yes.
Not your presence, but no. In fact, I don't think I'd mind.
Very good. I'll follow you then to where you're comfortable.
Okay, so just to recap, we got Finn and Soren camping in the not quite wilderness. Dorian is negotiated himself a free bed in a villager's home, and Tobor, you are sleeping in the temple. Okay, let's see. So, as you are all sleeping in the night, a storm comes. You can hear rushing winds. It's not raining. It's like, it's not snowing, but it's a heavy wind, and the temperature drops. You can feel cold chilling your bones. And Tobor, You are awoken by whispers. You hear something whispering in your ears. You must protect the temple. And the texts. Soren, he is after them. These men, Soren's men, they have come to burn the temple. They lied to you. Soren has lied to you. And you're awoken. And swirling around you are spirits, are ghosts. And they're flying in and out. And they're the ones whispering in your ears. Dorian, you are also awoken by ghosts. They're whispering in your ears. That Finnegan, he can hear you wherever you are. He can hear your thoughts, it seems. He knows who that was. He knows what you said. He knows what you've done. You cannot trust him. He is after you. And you are awoken by the ghosts. The ghosts are going to try and deal psychic damage to the both of you to try to spur you into finding the other party members and trying to attack them. What are you guys going to do about it? So the ghost goal is to harm you with the, harm your psyche and deal wounds to you with these, I guess, contentious whispers, we'll call it.
I would like to use one of my powers.
Okay.
To help protect me from these malicious words, again, because words are evil and are war crime. I would activate my spirit guardians and go into like a Zen style of meditation to reflect on these words and recall said actions of the party members that they so boldly claim that are trying to sow discontent amongst my party. So that's what I would use my time doing, trying to determine truth and lie, because spirits have nothing better time to do besides haunt and tell lies and that.
Okay. Let's roll for it.
Alrighty.
Spirits have a 5, you have a 6. Partial success. So you don't quite get what you want. You're not.
No.
Oh, thanks for the follow. But the ghosts don't get to do damage to you.
Yep. Your words, they cut like butter knives. But yeah, I think at that point it would be, as in his meditative state, the words that would just come in like assault my hearing. Some words actually stick to like the psyche, but it's kind of like a lingering, like you really think that it's true, but you hope that it's not true. So it's really like lingering in the back of his, central processor.
All right. Dorian, how are you going to handle your ghosts?
Oh god, he is going to just look up at them and just go, I'm so sorry. I don't trust anything that you're saying. I only trust the living, and I don't even trust them half the time. And he's going to try and almost out-talk the ghosts. Just like, as he does, annoy them to the point where they just know they're not going to get anything out of him.
Ooh, okay. The ghosts get a 5. Ooh, okay, the ghosts get a 6.5. So they're gonna deal 1 wound. Oh, wait, you also had a wound from before that you dealt yourself. So you're at a 0. I'm up 5. Double success. So I'm going to give you a wound. And the words from the ghosts are so compelling that you cannot help but get up, get dressed, get outside, start searching for Soren. Because you have to find, or not Soren, you're searching for Finnegan, because you have to find him. You have to resolve this. And you know that, like, when you're kind of like, you know, in a trance while you're driving and suddenly you realize, wait, where am I? You come out of it. The ghosts are still swirling around you, and they're going to try to attack you again with their whispers and discontent. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Oh, I can't even beat this.
Ooh, okay.
So that would be a 2, I believe, right?
That
'Cause
would
I
be a
have
2.
wounds.
Yes. So I get 3, regular success. The ghosts deal you 1 more wound, and then they dissipate. And you're left outside in the middle of the night. Well, I'll let you pick it up from there.
When he fully reawakens, he realizes everything that's kind of going on, why he even took this mission in the first place, seeing that individual the night before and letting these ghosts get to him. He's feeling pretty down on himself to the point where even before he started adventuring, where he was in life, and he is just going to find like a couple of barrels or a box, and he's just going to sit on there, curl up as close as he can, and just kind of hold himself close, realizing the position he's in and how much little control he actually has right now.
All right. To answer 10 rabbit bears, you can take an infinite number of wounds. However, the downside is it's more likely to get a double success, and double success is what's needed to kill a PC. So if the opponent chooses to do that, they can. Yeah. All right, so we awaken in the morning.
Actually, one sec.
Oh, you have something you want to do?
I was wondering, instead of going to -3, can I use the rule that in lieu of taking a chapter wound, can I take an ability wound?
Yes.
All right.
Sure.
So with his resolve shaken as much as it is, I would like to... He can't muster... Since he believes in himself so little right now, he cannot muster his duplicate because he doesn't want to look at himself.
Oh.
Solid.
Oh. Solid.
I'm
Okay.
giving you a point of inspiration for that. Doesn't affect this game, but you have it. So
Well, I was trying to get my extension to work for inspiration purposes, so I'll let you do it. You get basically a free trust
I like that. That was
that
good.
you can spend as if you were a ghost. How about that? Yeah? Yeah?
Nice.
Okay.
I like it.
So fast forward to the morning. You all wake up. What do we do next? Tobor, what are you doing with that amulet or trinket, or what was it again?
Oh, the magical apparatus.
The magical from the Fae.
From the Fae. Yeah. After the morning rituals of cleansing the temple with like one of the priestess censers and performing a consecration on the temple, he would wander back to find the rest of the party and bring it to their attention that I have found this magical apparatus that the Fae have used to track us and teleport to us at whim. Have a look. And he would
Yeah, it
hand
looks great.
He would just kind of like hand it off. Like it's got. I imagine for Finnegan, he could like put his hand over it and feel like the etched in like runes and stuff like that. So, or I could just jam it in his eye socket. One of the two. Maybe it'll work.
It resonates around 16K. It's a little high pitch, but yeah, it's cool.
The best I could do is 12K, honestly.
12K is pretty comfortable. Like not super comfortable, but like
Right.
yeah.
But yeah, he would, because it's magic to him, like arcane magic is lost on him. If it's not of like divine or divination, he only knows much about like pacifism and divination styles of fighting and magic. So his magical affinity to the arcane or outside of divination is lost. So he would ask for help from the party to assume, kind of get a pinpoint on what this amulet actually does.
Anyone stepping up?
Not really Soren's wheelhouse.
Finn could step up unless Doran wants to.
I will say, like, even again, you probably be there at the beginning, and I would be walking in after you're doing whatever you're trying to do. So if you succeed, right?
Sure. Finnegan would probably try and kind of think outside the box with his ability to kind of reach into the natural frequency of things and see if he could figure out how this device works after kind of investigating its resonance with the world and magic.
Nice.
Okay. How does the device work?
I don't have to roll for that. Cool. I mean, yeah.
You're gonna have to roll
that's why I
to
was
use
waiting. I
it
was
the
like,
way it's intended to work, but you don't have to roll to decide what it does.
Cool. So he described it as having these like runes on it too, and they as his echolocation, as he can see the different kind of indentations, so to speak, of where they are, and matching that with how it connects to the general magical world. There are coordinates that they can associate the runes to move to and from those. So as long as you know where you're going and you hit the correct coordinates on it, it will then take you there.
Okay. So how do we figure out the coordinates? Or are we trying to figure out the coordinates right now?
Finn will try seeing if he can turn it on first to see if it will give him where he currently is.
Ooh, yeah.
Because if he can know where he is, then he could then maybe figure out by moving around a little bit where the coordinates lead.
Okay. So
kind of triangulate.
Yeah, this is how we'll do this. When you try to use the amulet to move through space, we're gonna roll off. Right? If you get a full success, you'll end up where you wanted to end up. If I get a success, I get to drop you into the middle of something I thought up. Wherever, yeah.
I love it.
Okay. So before you do this, have you explained this to everyone else? Are you going to explain this to everyone else? You're going to pop off by yourself? What's the plan?
Oh, no. He while he's like looking at this, he's actually talking out loud. Okay, so this coordinate must mean that. Okay. And okay, so if I touch these, that would move the user, maybe even potentially other people. I don't know, without some trial and error, we won't know. To through space. Okay, but I got to figure out where we are. I'm going to try something. I think if I turn this on, I can maybe see what the current coordinates are. And then if I move around with it, I could then determine what they might be. So like up, down, left, right, stuff like that. So this might blow up in my face. We'll find out.
Where are we right now? Are we out on the street? Or are we in the temple? Did we pick a location, or did we kind of just converge in the ether
Kind of
of
converge.
imagination?
I think we
Why don't we
converge
be
in
in
the
the
ether
temple?
of
Because
imagination.
I feel like we'd probably either Tobor would come meet us, or we would go meet Tobor. That would be one of the two options. Considering we knew where Tobor was, I feel like we would have gone to him. He did not know where we were.
And that was the only one. That's where Dorian would end up, because that's the only one who said where they were going when we all kind of split off at nighttime.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so you're at the temple.
Okay. Yeah, Soren is he's wandered off a little bit during the kind of like magic, the Fae like mumbo jumbo stuff. A little disinterested. But you guys do notice that a familiar face has found us at the temple, and Steve has let himself in. And Soren's kind of wandered off, maybe just on the edge of earshot. And Steve comes up and quietly delivers a letter that Soren opens and reads. And then it just kind of smolders a little bit under his fingers, but he gets a handle on it, and then he folds it back up reverently and sticks it in his pack and puts a hand on Steve's shoulders. And you hear quite loud, or not quite loudly, but loud enough. Return and tell Gorba that we will be on our way.
Ooh.
Whatever word she's heard coming from Beywich has been dealt with.
Gorba?
Gorba.
Did I spell it right?
Where did that go?
Under who we have met on the stream.
Gorba. Yep, that'll do.
Okay. Nice. Okay. So the rest of you gonna interject, ask any questions about that?
Finn would definitely want to ask questions, but considering he's a little entertained by the magical device in his hand, he's gonna like put that on the shelf for after figuring out how this works.
Mm.
Tobor
One
would,
mystery at a time.
yeah, Tobor would kind of just can take it as it's personal business. It doesn't really affect himself or the greater mission.
Mm.
So he would pay it no mind.
Dorian remembers the letter we just received yesterday that we might have a spy amongst our midst, and we have Steve delivering an odd letter. So he is going to walk up to where Soren is and go, hold his breath and go to. He's 3'2" normally. Now he's only like 1 foot, maybe 4, and he is going to try and hop into Soren's bag and grab out the letter and run off with it.
Ooh, okay.
Soren don't like that.
Soren don't like that. Okay, guys. 1-on-1, roll off. Unless someone can justify how they can spend trust to help either.
So I guess Dorian's, you're going to be rolling against kind of my perception because you're sneaking. Okay. Actually, before we roll, do you want to explain that, Celeste? Or no, we'll roll anyway.
Explain. What do you mean? Explain that? Well, I mean, okay. I just kind of assumed, right? Grimquest explained that Dorian wants to steal the letter, and I presumed that you did not want him to steal the letter. Yeah.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay, so Grimquest has got a 4 to Grimbeard, your 2. So that's a mixed success.
Doesn't he have wounds?
Yeah, he rolled a
Or is that
6.
with the wounds? Oh, that's
That's
right.
with the
Yeah, he rolled a
runes.
6.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, minus 2.
no.
Yeah. Right.
So the
So
way I
you-
imagine it is,
Well, but before you get into this, the rules here is you get a full-on success. You get what you want, but you have to give Soren something. a partial success in return, or you could take a wound, which you probably don't want to do.
So I will say Doran will hop out of the bag, find the paper, holding his breath the entire time, and you see him running past the temple door with like this, almost like a kite at this point, this letter running through. And the problem is because he is so small and he has to hold his breath while running, he doesn't move very fast. So just before he goes around the temple out of sight, Soren would see out of the corner of his eye this little super small creature see running off with a piece of paper.
Oh, okay. So,
depending on how much you want to do for mixed success, he could know Dorian's never used this power before. He may know it's his letter. I don't know, whatever you want to do it that way. But
okay,
that's what I
I'll jump in and I will rule that, Soren, you know the letter is gone. You don't know necessarily that it was Dorian who did this, because fair enough, right? Never used his power before in front of other people.
That makes sense.
Yep. Okay. So let's continue on with you, Dorian. Now that you've got the letter, what are you gonna do with it?
As soon as he knows he's around the corner, he's going to go and like taking a deep breath, going back to normal size, and he's frantically reading this letter, like okay, and he just is not stop moving, trying to read this letter as quickly as possible because he knows it's only a matter of time before this giant turtle knows, and if he can ditch this letter, he could just run off and just throw it somewhere, right?
Okay, Soren, what are you going to do about the missing letter? And how much information about what's in the letter do you want to share with 10 Rabbit Bears and Rebel Aviator? Should we ask them to deafen themselves while you explain what's on the letter? It's up to
you. No, I mean, well, I don't feel actually, you know what I was gonna say, like they both of them are pretty good about player knowledge and character knowledge, but that's not the name of this game.
That's not the name of this game.
You're right. So I might have to have them deafen themselves, but yeah,
okay.
I will chase this imp, this whelp out of the temple and try to get the letter back.
Okay. But Grim...
So leaving Tobor and I assume leaving Tobor and Finn with the device, like what they're doing.
Yeah. Okay. So 10 Rabbit Bears, Rebel, deafen yourselves if you would. Okay. So what's in the letter?
How much? I guess maybe we should roll again, and that'll determine how much he's able to get into the letter. So depending, like if he rolls high, like if he rolls like 1 higher, then he'll get the first line. If he rolls 3 higher, he'll get like the whole letter.
Grimquest, do you think that's fair?
Oh yeah, I'm down for it. It's great.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. So I imagine I'm trying to run and see how far, if I do get away from him or if he catches me right away. I'm going to use 2 points of betrayal to kind of offset my wounds.
Nice.
Smart.
Okay.
That's a 6.
Oh, what are we gonna do? Okay, Soren.
I come barreling out through the temple.
They can now.
Yeah.
They could undeafen now. Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, they can. Yep. They're looking at their phones.
Well, how much do I get though before you bowl me over? Right.
You get the first word.
Okay.
Actually, Rebel, deafen one more time. Earmuffs. Dearest.
Oh, fuck.
All right, good. Soren comes barreling out through the temple, and just as he crosses the threshold, he has lost track of this tiny little thief. But he hears that that intake of breath and looks sharply to his left and grabs you by the scruff of your neck immediately. And you have just enough time to read that first word as I lift you up and pull you straight up to my face. You realize you're playing with fire, right?
I'll have you know I've played with much worse fire in the past, and there's been letters that people have been betraying us, and you received a letter all hushy hush. We're sharing letters with the group. Finnegan said it first. Like, if we get mysterious letters, we hand them out.
You could have just asked.
Noted. And he looks you dead in the face and puts his finger up.
And I'll pluck the letter out of his hand, put it back in my pack, latch it without ever taking my eyes off of his, and put him back in, pat him on his back with a little bit of added heat, and send him back into the temple.
Okay, Tobor and Finnegan, what do you guys think of what just happened?
So I have a question.
Yes.
With the whole echolocation thing, how much of that would he have been able to be aware of?
Oh, so we asked you to deafen for the
I stayed deafened.
Yeah.
the reading was occurring.
Right.
I think the only other thing you might have missed is that Thorin went charging after him out the door and then wanted to
So more
and then we argued
specifically,
about like how we would roll off for how
Sure.
much of the letter that Dorian could read, Dorian
So what
Redway could read, and then we asked you to undeafen. So you get to
I
hear
what I'm
everything.
curious about if he could hear was by now I feel like now that especially with Dorian specifically, he's heard that voice quite a bit lately. He's heard him breathe, he's heard his heartbeat more than a few times. So when he snuck up on Soren and got small, I'm wondering if he, with his echolocation, would have picked up on what he did.
Ooh.
That sounds like another opposed roll.
I'll leave that to you,
I'm cool with it.
Dorian.
It's like we're all ganging up on Grim tonight.
So I had this thought earlier, but I didn't want to like step into that yet. I was like, no, let them do their thing.
Well,
I
mean,
like it. Opposing abilities. I like it.
Retconning is the name of this game, though. Like you can always
That's true.
if you work something in, you can always retcon like an event.
That's true,
Yeah. And remember, you can spend a
but-
point of trust to take the narration away from someone. You still have to follow the die roll, but you
Right.
get to decide how it happens.
I'd be down for an opposed roll to see if he picked up on that.
Okay.
I mean, he's a little distracted. I'll
Okay.
do that. And if, as I recall, I can spend trust to penalize him, right?
Yes, you could.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that.
Ooh. Okay. Well, you only have one.
-3.
You
Yep,
only
I
have
only have the
one.
one. Yep.
Oh. Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay. So yeah, Grimquest, you're up.
1 partial success.
One,
See,
yes.
-2 minus the 1, so 3.
3. Yeah.
A partial success.
Yep.
I am going to paint this in a way that actually works. Here's the thing. Your echolocation, by now, Dorian knows about it. Dorian doesn't like that Soren was hiding a letter after we already know that a letter was passed around. So what he actually does is when he does the change, he goes and makes his voice very well known when he holds his breath, lands, and then ruffles the paper as quickly, like as muffled as he can, which probably is what set Soren off that the letter was being taken, because he was setting off making sure known that Dorian was trying to take someone from something else.
I like it.
I like it. Oh, alrighty. So where do we go from here, party?
Yeah. So that being said, yeah, Finn's like, I don't know. You guys doing something over there? Like, what's going on?
I'll tell
Magic
you after.
device.
Yep, carry on.
That's all he's got for now. Then he's gonna go back to doing that. but
Okay.
I don't know about Tobor.
Nope. Tobor is standing silently vigil, just watching to see what happens.
Okay. So are you all going to try to use the magical device to teleport? You all okay with that? And if so, where are you going to teleport to? I'm going to actually, while we're discussing where to teleport to, bring up the map. That might be
Well, I know
useful.
first, at least from Finn's point of view, first he wants to do a test run. He
Okay.
doesn't want to, try and go right into the mountain witch's fortress there, without knowing that that's actually going to work. So he's thinking like, out in the open, he wants to try and get it to work a little bit that way, like still within the same area, to see if mechanically he can understand it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the magical artifact does not want to be deciphered. It does not want to let you use its power. You are unworthy. So let's roll off.
I like it. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fail, but let's do it.
I got a 1, you got a 3.
I got a 3.
So that's a mixed success. So you get what you want, but I gotta get a little bit of something, or you can take a wound.
All right. So Finnegan manages to get the device on, and he sees, okay, there are coordinates here that show our current location. He kind of takes a step. They kind of move a little bit, but not quite enough. But he inputs his idea of, hey, I'm gonna go, over there. But when he does it, he actually ends up like that way over there, and does not actually correctly decipher what each symbol means, and in terms of how to set it the way you want. So I think that's enough of a both way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So
It
how the
does
rest
work,
of you
but not correctly.
how the rest of you feel about that?
You gotta set it to from. You gotta set to M for many when you need to set to W for Wumbo. Basically, Tobor's gonna go over and say, "It seems you went in reverse, so 180-degree rotation should correct this trajectory."
I don't know if that's how it works, but I mean, you want to try?
I see no reason not to test this hypothesis. And he'll try to, do exactly that, turn it 180 degrees and test run it.
All right. The artifact thinks you are also unworthy. Give us a roll.
Soren's still standing next to Dorian,
Okay.
and he'll hold up a gold piece. One of them's going to blow up.
He will pull up the gold piece and he will take 3 steps back.
Okay,
So I got a 1.
I get a regular success.
Yep.
And the artifact has determined that you are indeed unworthy, and it powers down.
All right, Trinket. Keep your
Yeah,
secret.
it's keeping its secrets. I will remind you, you did learn about the secret path through the woods up the mountain that the Fae have been using.
I'll flip the coin to Dorian. That was anticlimactic.
Yeah, face stuff is finicky to say the least. I found 1 or 2 things in my past, but unless you're of their blood, it usually doesn't work out too well.
Nice. Tobor in his I guess his current state of thinking that was a proper way of doing it is neither upset or happy at the outcome, because at this point he just sees it as testing. So it is all within his means of test and failure to support his research for that nice little side project he had, and would go back into the temple to search through the tower real quick, where the bell is usually at, to see if there are any other like artifacts or bodies that no one found or anything like that, and kind of one last look over the temple before they decide to depart.
All right. So which way are we headed up the mountain?
Secret path.
The secret path.
Secret tunnel.
Secret
Oh,
tunnel.
Okay. Oh, we're getting more follows. This is so exciting. I love this thing that I made.
Yeah.
Yeah,
do you wanna
thank
do-
you.
take a
Yeah.
minute and we'll
Yeah, take
tell
Let's
a
take
everybody
a
what we're doing.
pause. Dirty Rollers, thank you for rating. I saw you were asking how the game was going. I think the game is going super well. Let's just like take a little break here. Whoa. Bring this back. Yeah. Like, how do you guys feel like the game's going?
Very well.
Oh, there we go.
I know. I was like
early.
peeking her up behind us.
Yeah.
I'm having a
I
blast.
feel targeted.
Yeah, like it's going exactly the way it's supposed to. I've been trying to poke you guys to, I don't know, get into conflict with each other. But everything that I've done, you guys have resisted and then decided to come up with different ways to get in conflicts with each other. It's way better than anything I thought of. It's like, ooh, the ghosts, they want you to go. You're like, no, fight the ghosts. I've got my own ghosts.
Nah, I'm gonna steal from the big bad turtle dragon.
Yeah.
You're not going to say anything that's going to hurt me that I haven't said 6 inches in front of the mirror in the morning, all right?
No, external demons mean nothing when you have tons of internal demons. It's like, what, 3 ghosts? Psh, I got like 6 before lunch.
Yeah,
Get
right.
in line.
Get in line, nerds.
I like the idea of like them heckling Dorian, and then he just looks over at them and just heckles right back. Like,
Yeah.
Did you see what I put? Did you see what I put in the Discord chat? He's just filibustering his own Disney whispers.
Yeah, right. I'm my
He
own
tried.
act of Congress. Watch me.
You know, people try and play themselves up, and then the truth gets revealed.
Yeah, yeah. No, narratively speaking, like this game, it's so much fun. It's so much fun because like everyone playing gets a lot of like creative leeway, and we're getting better about like not asking questions and just saying, yeah, this is what we see, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hesitation is a lot less this session, where everybody's like, this is
Yeah.
what I'm doing, this is what I want to do, let me do it.
Yeah. I still believe that, like, for anyone who's newer to like being a DM, this is a perfect way to understand how to drive a narrative that you want to make. And it's basically DM training wheels. It's amazing.
I wouldn't even say that. I would say if you want to, as a DM, to trick your players into giving a shot at being a DM, this would also be a really good system for that. It's like, hey guys, you run the show. I just fill in the gaps. And it's like, oh, hey, you enjoyed making that scene? Sucka, that's what a DM does.
Right? It's like,
Exactly.
I didn't do anything.
Yep. I feel like this would be a fun way, like if you had I mean, granted, I mean there's some trickery involved in this, but if you had players that are nervous about engaging, you could start with a smaller group, like 4 people, and then give them this system and say, you have to engage now. Like it's a way of like just coaxing them out and getting them to kind of like just like, you know, tell their own story. But again, like I obviously, you know, when Celeste put the call out, I understand why it's a good system for experienced role players or like existing DMs, because we're probably a little more apt to like pick up the ball and run with it.
Yeah, like I'll be totally upfront with this. I played this game with people who were inexperienced role players mostly. There were a couple of people who were longtime D&D players, but it took much longer for people to get comfortable with the idea of like what we were doing. I'm just like, you roll, go ahead, narrate. They're like, what am I supposed to say? I'm like, I don't know. What did you do? Just tell us the story. And you know, eventually, you know, it clicks. It took at least, I think, we didn't It took about 4 sessions for it to really click, but we were playing in much shorter bursts.
Sure.
Yeah, but yeah, you guys are diving headlong into this. You really got it going well.
And look at me, I'm finally spending some trust
You're finally
instead of hoarding
Yep.
it like
There you
little
go.
trust goblin.
right. You even run out of some.
Not only did he use
Yep.
trust, he used betrayal points out of trust. Aha!
Yeah.
Well, I felt like, especially with Dorian, like I felt like he had it coming because he did the same
Oh.
thing. So I'm like, all right,
100%.
payback moment.
You know, you got to use it because like we're doing 2 chapters a night. No, you're the first one who's run out. You started with a 0 when we started the game, but you're the first one who's run out.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, and I actually might incorporate this system into after I'm done with Avernus and I'm working on my stuff for my own campaign. But in the interim, like I don't want to like completely drop not doing anything, so I might do like a little micro sessions that are literal one shots with random people, and I think you could do a lot in a one shot for like 2 or 3 hours, and
Mhm.
you know, quick quick session, and people still get the full enjoyment of being at a D&D,
Yeah.
session.
Yeah. I've run this as a con game before where you get 4 hours.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. It's possible.
I can see that.
Yeah. If I were to
This
do
would actually,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, this would make it for a great like a 12-hour stream because you could get
Mm.
through the whole
Right.
narrative in like one setting. If you were doing like a quick little charity thing, we could fly through it.
Okay, well, that sounds like a challenge. I want to do it now.
Yeah.
And I need
Making
to
a
say,
note.
for anybody who wants to run it, like the Mountain Witch, you did a great job, Celeste, that we're kind of doing like, we're going after the Mountain Witch, but since you are placing it in like the fantasy Faerun almost like setting, it really makes it the point that it could be like a bandit fort. It could be a wizard's tower. It could be an old shrine or whatever. It's just really
Yeah.
cool that all you need is like point A, point B. This is what happens between.
Right? Yeah. The witch.
And I like how. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
You guys go.
I was gonna say I like how open it is too, because to your point, in this instance we're doing kind of like a D&D-esque setting, but you could just as easily do a modern setting or a sci-fi setting or a space setting. Like it is so open and doesn't really matter what your setting is.
Exactly. You could run this in Vampire the Masquerade, and
Yeah.
the Mountain Witch is just a corrupt CEO Lycan at the top of his tower. Like it could be adapted for so much.
Star Wars.
I was actually just
Mm.
thinking, like, what about you start at one spaceport, you're trying to get another spaceport, luxury cruiser, things start going wrong on the ship, and it's just the adventure to the next port.
Mhm.
And if you all make it, depending on what everybody's doing, I was like, what? That would fuck.
What's
gotta
in
write that.
paradise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could do murder mysteries with this. You
Mm.
could do there's so much you could do with this.
Mhm.
Right. The only thing, and I almost let it happen with you, Rebel, coming up with a teleportation device. That's the only thing that can really mess with the game because it's the journey
Right.
that matters.
I was and to be 100%, I was just seeing if it was gonna fly. 100%. It's like, is that gonna fly? Like, because in my mind, I was like,
Well-
that's literally shortcutting. It's like,
Yeah. Well, I let it
hadn't thought
go.
to.
water.
And then afterwards, I was like, wait, what am I doing? I'm like, I explicitly told them no powers that would make land travel obsolete. And then I just let this happen. And
I had the thought.
thankfully,
I'm
the
like,
dice went in my favor.
Yep.
I was like, is this intentional?
Oh, it was 100% intentional. At that point, it's just me testing. It's like, hey, do we remember? Because you know, it's like it's been what 12 hours since the last session. Even though we've all kind of been like thinking about it all day, it's like, man, what are we gonna do? It's also like them things like I've had it in my own games where I have forgot what I've said. If I don't write it down, I will forget it. So it's kind of like them things of like the players are keeping the actual DM like on their toes. So like I say, it's not by like, oh, I'm poking at, I'm not jesting or poking at you or anything. It's like, hey, look, I said this. I made the plot hole, and she's like, "Nope, that's not a plot hole. That is a patch." And here's the
Well, on
patch.
top of that, you know why it's a patch? I was the patch because I don't roll high enough to be able to make that thing work.
Right.
So we were good.
Yeah.
There was no way it was ever going to work.
It's a
Yeah,
hot
yeah,
fix. Fine.
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
quick, just a hot fix.
Slap fix. All right. So this is about the time I plan to do a reevaluation of trust and healing. So I think since we're already gone away from the narrative, this might be a good time to do that.
Sure.
Yeah. I always call on you first, TRB. So maybe someone else can go first this time.
Doesn't matter.
Let's go the opposite order. GrimQuests, you're up.
All right.
Hold on. First, I gotta restore the trust to where it was at the beginning. There we are. Okay, so just to remind all the new people, the trust you can spend to either aid, where you roll your dice and add them together, or to betray, where you subtract from the opponent's roll. And now, at the end of the chapter, we reevaluate the trust. You can either give someone one extra or take away as many as you want.
So with what happened, Dorian was dealing with a lot of his own stuff. So trust anybody more, he doesn't. Trust less though, -2 on Soren.
Ooh, -2 on Soren. Okay. So Soren is at 0. All
Well,
right.
That's all I mind.
Rebel. How's your chest changing?
So during the battle of the phase, when Tobor came back to see Soren just completely annihilating the one fake creature, in his mind, he understood that ends to means justified. He puts more trust into Soren because he knows that he will do what is necessary to protect others. Didn't see much with Dorian, if I recall. There wasn't much interaction between Dorian and Tobor. But with Finnegan, there was not much going on. Just testing between the two of us. It was just testing out a magical apparatus, and I think it's kind of just still the same between the two. So, if I can do 2 points to Soren, I would.
You're not allowed to give 2 points. You can only give one at
One
a
I did.
time. Oh, you are the most trusting. Look at this. 4 to Finnegan, 5 to Dorian, and 5 to Soren. All right. Grimbeard, how has Soren's trust in people changed?
So not very many interactions with Tobor this chapter, so I think that's going to stay the same. Dorian's also going to stay the same. And
Ooh, really? Wow.
I got it just kind of speaking to one of my earlier statements where I said that with the Mountain Witch as powerful as they're proclaimed to be, I'd be surprised if there wasn't an agent in the party. And Dorian's just kind of fitting a role that I expected of him. So,
Okay.
I still, it might be kind of an overconfidence thing, but Dorian didn't do anything that Soren wasn't kind of anticipating. So, it didn't do anything that he wasn't already expecting kind of him. So he's not necessarily surprising him here. He's going to give another point to Finnegan though, because Finnegan kind of bunked down for the night, kept Soren company. He's used to followers and sycophants for the most part, but he's not really used to someone making an effort and spending just idle time with Soren. So he's going to give it 1 point to Finnegan.
Okay. Alrighty. And then 10 Rabbit Bears. How does your chest change?
I think Tobor would like he said, Tobor would stay the same. Again, not much has really happened between them to really justify up or down. Soren, I would go up 1. for sure. Similar for same kind of reasons. He's kind of seeing a different side to him, and especially with the helping with the kids and everything like that, because that was a like important thing for Finn for some reason. And Dorian, yeah, it's still not a lot actually happened since the last review between Dorian and Finn that he knows about. So it would stay the same as well.
Oh, right. So how about some speculation on fates?
Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yes.
Whenever anyone says Dorian's voice, the disdain that switches into that voice. You know, hey, Tobor, Soren, Finnegan, and then Dorian. It's just like...
But you know what? That means you made a great character.
Yeah.
Especially if everybody has the same kind of vibe. It's phenomenal. I would not change Dorian at all. I think he's wonderful, just to be clear. That's me talking, not Finn. Finn, though. Finn's on the edge. But...
Finn's on the edge. Finn's just like, I don't know if I can trust this guy.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Could be reading into things.
Yeah. Well, you know, Dorian doesn't trust you back.
Right, so
we have the receipts.
Yeah. As far as I'm gonna say it. I think Dorian's got true motive going on. That's my current theory.
Yeah, see, I'm split between true motive and past allegiance for Dorian.
That's the next one on my list.
Yeah, because I mean, if there's ever like a giant flag for past allegiance, it was that interaction with the with the rider.
Right.
But again, like I don't know, like it's the first time for all of us. Like, how common are red herrings? Yeah,
right.
You know.
Soren, I have as kind of an unholy pact, possibly, or desperately in love. Still are the two that I'm kind of leaning towards. Although now with the letter, but again, Finn doesn't know this, but that's just me. Now with the letter, could see past allegiances in there. Tobor, I don't know. Revenge, past allegiances on that list. I wouldn't be surprised if his is the true motive also, because that would just be out of left field, and I wouldn't be surprised. But no, I'm leaning more towards revenge or past allegiance there.
I think Grimm's got something.
For Soren, here's the thing. The letter that starts with dearest, I think that is a huge red herring for the loved one. I think it's unholy pact, and he actually loves the witch for the aspect of power.
Ooh.
That's where mine thinks. So I think Soren is 100% unholy pact.
Ooh.
I now think after Kill Robot, I think that Tobor is out for revenge, and I think Finnegan knows something, but refuses to show any sign of it. So I'm pretty sure Finnegan is true motive.
True motive.
I've dropped tons of hints. I've been very conscious. I have been very conscious about dropping hints.
Well, if you've been dropping hints that good, I'm going to be floored and think you're the best storyteller, because, oh my, I missed them all, and I believe you.
Props to you then. Props to you then. I've been trying my hard to grasp these straws. I've been listening to you're so good at just saying everything, but nothing at the same time. But exactly what you're supposed to know, but masking it within nothing.
I've been playing with this man for a year and a half now, and he is very, very good about his choice of words. And he's also usually like right on, like on, like he's always on when it comes to like the, you know, kind of like turning the tables on him. And I've only been able to sneak past very specific word choices like once or twice. But he's usually on top of it.
It's my brain.
Yeah.
But no, I'm very deliberate with my words. And the moment when you do realize which one it is, the moment you do, you're going to be like, oh my God, I see it now. That it's going to be very obvious, I think, when it comes to light.
Ooh, I'm excited. I'm ready. I pinned the Tobor it's not going to see Soren stab in the back coming at all.
Very possible.
Yeah, with all that trust, you
With
know.
all that trust, you keep. That's a 5, man. He could spend it all in one go. -5.
Yep.
I'm waiting for that showdown. The way he reacted with all the books going up in flames, I was like, "Oh, hello there."
Topor has revenge on Soren. All right. We ready to jump back into it?
Yeah.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay. The map. So you take the hidden path that was revealed to you by the Fae, and as you are walking along it, you are moving at a fair. You're walking with purpose, not running, not a forced march, but with a quick pace, and you catch up to some people along the road. There are 4 men leading a cart pulled by a team of oxen up the mountain. And as you get closer, you can see that the cart is full of weapons, specifically spears and armor. And you are gaining on them.
Isn't this Finn kind of like looks to the rest of you and relatively hushed. Isn't this supposed to be a secret path?
Does that not look like the same armaments that we chased off the other morning?
I don't know, does it?
You asking me?
No, I'm asking him.
I'm actually asking. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Finnegan.
That joke is never going to get old for me.
Yep.
All right, don't know what just happened.
He can't
blind.
see.
Oh,
Doesn't it look
yeah.
like the...
Yeah. Well, I guess, I mean, all right, so Soren's under the impression that the spears and armor as kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It's not, it's obviously, it's not really well kept. It's like whatever they could scrap together and throw into this cart. It looks pretty close to the way that the men that were chasing after Steve were armed and armored the other morning. So I'm asking a confirmation from Tobor and Dorian.
Well, my dearest traveling companions, I would find that if they are in fact on this hidden pass and they aren't traveling with sheeps, it's safe to say they probably work for the witch.
I agree. It would only make sense.
So is our intention here going to be to knock them down the hill?
Yes, dear Finnegan. My dearest Finnegan.
Okay.
Soren snorts. Anytime Soren snorts, like deep black, like sooty smoke just out. Yeah.
Is that a good snort or a bad snort?
It's you're pushing it snort.
Ooh. Okay.
It's a dad snort.
Watch
Okay,
it.
who's leading this? What's your goal?
I'll turn this company right around.
I don't care who started it. I'll finish it.
Well, I do have an idea.
So do I. What's yours? I want to hear yours.
Well, I have this ability, and he kind of looks at Finnegan, just curious to see his reaction after. If I hold my breath for a moment, I can get quite small. So if Soren throws me up on top of that cart, I can try and cut off the restraints for the oxen, so the cart comes rolling back our way. If they don't have the weapons, this will be an easier battle.
I have a safer way to do that. I'm pretty confident that I could throw either myself or you doing the same thing. Essentially, I had a similar idea. I'm glad we're on the same page here. I'm pretty confident that manipulating the sound around me like I've done before, but in a much greater frequency, I could propel myself or somebody else up and over and potentially either just knock it loose from the oxen or dismantle it, or what? I mean, maybe we want to keep it, so we don't want to dismantle it. It's up to you.
What need have we of sticks, leather pads?
I don't know. I mean, I don't, but what if we find something up there we need to bring back down?
Well, and the less they have, the better off we are.
Right. I'm all for disarming them.
All right. Tobor, how do you plan to act in this?
Judging by our trajectory, how we are gaining upon them, it seems we will have the element of surprise. I think all out attack will be successful.
I've heard the things that you did in the temple the other night, and I may need you to stand on the front line with me, if you're willing to stand with a dragon.
This is acceptable.
Soren's going to step up and start forming kind of a like a ball of essence between his hands, and it's going to resemble the red and black flames that you've seen him wield as like his black flame abilities, but you won't be sensing any heat coming from it. And he's going to kind of shove it into your chest, kind of like he's forcing it into your core. And what that's going to do is it's going to grant you a dragon's breath for a short amount of time, and you can use that for as long as your body can take it.
Okay. From there, being instilled with the dragon's fire into his, central container within his chest, he parts of his arms start to like vent out the heat to like not overload his his mechanics. So he's just kind of like doing these little small transforms to like have heat vents so he can still take in oxygen for it, which is also helping him like keep the flame going and also empowering it a little bit. And he will prepare as the flame comes in and all the small transformations, he goes to open up his mouth, and out you just see this little small flame just kind of curl out from there, and like two small fire wicks just off that, and he goes, exhilarating, and his eyes start to glow from the yellow, like the docile yellow, to red.
I've never seen anyone with such mastery over this gift as you. Don't rely on it too much. I've seen men burn out 3 to 4 minutes flat.
My friend, I am no human. I was built for so much more. From there, he would just start to go forward a bit, and try to leap ahead of the oxen cart and land, imposed, just land flat-footed in front of the cart, like 10 feet ahead of him, and take a defensive pose, again with the flames kind of wicking out, more of like an intimidation pose, but within the same defensive stance. That way, in case they decided to go 1-to-1 with, basically firebrand Zenyatta over here, it's ready to go. So he'll leap across, take his defensive pose, and just start like the biggest stare down on this hillside.
Dorian, I wanted to say Dodoria for some reason. I was like,
That's because you just binge watched all of DBZ abridged.
I did.
I mean, it's a good
All of
one,
it.
honestly. It's
That's
a
my
great
sister's
song.
name.
But I am a woman.
That's all I could think of.
I need an adult. I am an adult.
Yeah, good. Oh no.
I almost did it again. Dorian. Why don't we let these two do their thing? Hold on to my back and do your thing when I say go.
Well, actually, if you want to propel yourself, you seem to do humming and anything like that. I have a little bit, little vocal ability. If I can help harmonize and push you further, I much rather be able to get you where you're going.
Either could work. If you want to go up there, I could get you up there.
I believe in you fully to take care of this task, so I will assist you in this.
So what I'm hearing is, Dorian, you're spending a trust. Soren, you're spending a trust.
Yep. If Tobor is trying to intimidate these guys into backing down or running, then yes, I'm gonna assist him in that. So if he's standing defensively but like flaunting his black flame in front, then I am raging behind. Just a fury of black flame, like it's almost like an impassable.
Okay, and it sounds like Dorian and Finnegan, your goal is to disconnect the oxen from the cart to make the weapons roll down the hill, and
Yep.
Soren and Tobor, your goal is to intimidate the men with the cart to get them to run away.
Mhm.
All right, let's roll.
All right.
We got
let's
4
do it.
guys. Oh, whoops.
Hey, that's my first 6.
Nice.
What is that?
Okay, what is
Yeah,
the
I see
hum?
that too.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep, I can hear it humming.
Yeah, that's one of my dice. I got a 6. TRB, you got a 6, right? Plus
Yep.
GrimQuest
Plus
1, which is a
1.
7.
Yep.
Tobor, you got a 5 plus 1, which is a 6. So TRB, you take it away.
So Tobor goes up there and he intimidates these people going up the mountain with the weapons, and as they, because that's a what success? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Partial,
Partial. Okay.
right? Yeah, I had a 6, you had a 7, so plus 1.
Yep.
Partial.
Plus 1. Okay. I'm just thinking about where that actually lies. Wow. Sorry, my brain is stalling. Cool. So yeah, Tobor's up there and he does his intimidation thing, and as they're looking at him, Finn, with the added reverberations from Dorian, kind of launches himself into the air, kind of amplifying those sounds, and then does a second little burst of it and kind of spins into the front section of the cart, right in kind of in the center of everybody and the oxen, but misses cutting the oxen free of the cart with the blade as he lands there. So he finds himself now surrounded by them, with Tobor up in front of him and Soren coming up behind like a beast, the beast that he is.
All right.
I feel like that's, yeah.
So what's next? You're in a standoff with these people with their cart. Ho there! What are you doing? This is our weapons. We must deliver these to the guard tower. Back off. We will defend these.
Which guard tower are you bringing these to? Not even looking at them.
We're not telling you that.
Are you with the witch, or are you defending against the witch?
Are you with the witch?
No.
Well, why would you think we're with the witch? You
because
see
this
them
is
like
the path the witches people.
you see them whispering
use.
to each other, and the guy's like,
Can I hear them? What they're whispering?
sure. They're whispering, what are you doing? Don't antagonize him. They know what we're doing. Or it's like, you can't bluff your way out of this. It's like, I don't bluff my way out of anything. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna what's the one? Phrasing myself here. Every person we meet is a note in the composition of our lives. Their echoes shape our stories, and trust is an echo of honesty that reverberates through the chambers of our existence. So tell me, who do you work for? For if you don't be honest with me, you will not see the end of this path. And then he's listening to their heartbeats to see if he can determine if they're lying.
Oh, okay. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Okay, so the men with the cart don't want to reveal to you who they're working for, where exactly they're going, other than what they've already said about the guard tower. And
I do want to know that.
And you do want to know that. So let's roll. I'm okay. I'm gonna put this one out to the group. Typically, under the rules, we got two sides. You roll one die for each person, and then take the best. But that would mean that it would be harder for Finn to figure out if one of 4 people are lying. So I'm not going to roll 4 dice. I'm only going to roll 1. Because I don't think that's...
Well, and
that breaks my simulation in my mind.
I have a
so
counterpoint for you.
Counterpoint?
I have a counterpoint for you.
Yeah.
I have allies that are trying to be intimidating right now, which may or may not add to that potentially to try and put the edge on them. Could they also roll to assist in this in some capacity? Would that be a option?
That would be an option. People can also spend trust.
Not that anyone has to, just
Not
a
that anyone has to.
thought.
You probably won't get any from Soren right now because he is cracking his knuckles and he's
Steaming.
looking for a fight. Yep. Like he doesn't see an opportunity to learn. He sees a target-rich environment.
Naturally. All right, I'm good with that.
Okay, so I'm rolling 4.
Cool.
All right. I got 6.
I got a 3.
Okay, I'm up with a success. So they stand steadfast, and he says, "Well, this really isn't a success, but I'm doing it anyway. Like, if we did work for the witch, we would know the sign. Do you know the sign?" And he's going to try to figure out if you work for the witch.
Oops, hang.
Just roll
I was
back.
actually going to do Steve. I was going to do Steve. Well, you see, I'm blind. I can't see the sign even if you showed it to me. So how could you prove or disprove what you're saying? before my friends beat the crap out of you.
Why do you want to know so bad?
Because I'd rather not have them beat the crap out of you if you're just innocents walking past.
Well, then we're innocents just walking past. Leave us alone. And they start back on their way. Well, no, did you successfully disconnect the cart?
No, that
No.
was my partial. So
Okay. So
I
they're
missed.
gonna turn their backs to you and start back up the path.
And that's when I would try and just cut the cart at that point.
Okay. Oh,
Where I'm not done talking to you.
Dorian wants to jump in here.
Dorian sees this is going nowhere, and he is fully like Dorian is the person when he thinks he's right, he thinks he's right. So he's like, these guys have to be working for the witch, and he knows that Soren and Tobor are just looking for a reason to like set off. So he wants to use his ability, the words of paranoia, and this guy's been talking that they're guards. They're guards. Oh my god, his buddies beside him are actual guards. So you see him in the back going, yeah. And he wants to try and make the one who's been having this conversation saying his friends are guards to have a paranoia that, oh my god, his friends are actually guards.
And they're after him.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it. Anyone helping?
I'm just
I don't know how he would help really at this point.
Yeah, I don't think
If I were-
Soren's in a position. I would. I mean, I'd like to mechanically, but narratively,
Right.
I don't think I can.
I'm just
Okay.
standing there menacingly.
I am up. I get a mixed success. Okay. Mixed success. So I get what I want, which is not going crazy, but you do get something. Okay. Or maybe I do go a little bit crazy, and that's what you get. This one's hard to figure out.
I would say he doesn't go crazy, but he does, for a moment, grab for his blade.
Ooh, you tripped his fight or flight.
Yeah. Okay. So
And
you
I'm
cackle
afraid.
and wave your arm, and you try to use your, what would you call your power again? Voice of insanity.
It is the words of paranoia.
The words of paranoia, and the lead turns around, looks to the guard on his right, looks to the guard on his left. He draws his sword, pointing it at his friends. They draw their swords. He snaps out of it. He realizes what he's done and drops his sword to the ground and holds his hands up, trying to placate his friends he just drew his sword on.
It would
That's
seem your
enough.
friend doesn't trust you.
I would say that's enough to set Soren off.
Yep.
That's all
All right,
Um,
Soren, what are you doing?
Yep.
Soren's gonna rush forward in a rage of black flame, trailing smoke behind him. And
Okay.
he will. So he'll go for the first guard that started to draw his sword, because that was the first sign of aggression. So even if he's got his hands up and he's trying to kind of placate,
hmm
you've ever just like sold yourself to emotion like you really can't pull off. Soren's not having it. He's going straight for him.
Oh, he's not trying to placate you. He's trying to placate his friends.
Right, but even with his hands like
Okay.
even like showing like hey, no, Soren's already in the motion, like that ship has sailed.
All right. Okay. Let's roll. We got the 4 guard. So, how am I going to do this? Okay. So we got the 3 guards who are, at the throat of their buddy now. They just want to defend themselves from whoever's coming at them. The one other guard, he wants to not die, and he's going to try to escape the combat. Soren, you
I'd
want?
like-
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's like
it's
Soren wants to make guard number 1 dead.
Yeah, we're getting grumpy.
Yeah.
I'd
Finnegan,
I'd
what are
like
you up
to-
to?
give him a point of trust here,
Oh,
or use a
okay.
point of trust here to aid him in his endeavor.
Okay.
Since I have that particular one in front, as he's coming up from behind him and he's looking back, probably in terror, I'm going to kind of push myself back out of the line of fire here, and in doing so, kind of push that particular, I don't know what to call them.
Okay, you're getting too far
Person.
into it without having won the roll.
Yeah, we got to roll
Right.
first.
You got to roll first.
Well,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, so I don't have to state the outcome I want to do.
Well, the
right away?
general outcome is you're helping Soren try to kill the guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
How it happens waits for the
It's
roll.
really up to whoever.
Yeah. Okay. Tobor, you getting involved?
After seeing Soren like start his charge, he's just going to start to deeply inhale and just let out this roar of black flame from his all of his panels and through his mouth. So it's just this giant wall of flame going that way.
Okay. And Dorian.
Dorian is going to aid Tobor by making one of his illusionary self like him, who looks a little different now, not as flamboyant as normal Dorian is. Looks like he's grabbing on two of their ankles and makes them second think that they can't run away from this.
Oh, okay. But I presume that was spending a point of trust on Tobor. Alrighty, let's roll. Okay. So the group of guards gets a 6. The regular guard gets a 3. And then what do you guys got?
Grim and I have a 10.
That's a 10 for us.
You got a 10?
I got a 3 total if I'm adding that right. So I rolled a
Me
2
and
and I
Tobor
got a
has
10.
6.
Okay. So 10 versus 6. You're up 4. That's a success and a half. You get a full success and you get a partial success. So you can, with a 3, you can kill the guard and get something extra, but not very big. How do you guys want to narrate it?
Who rolled high on that one?
We tied.
Oh, we did, yeah.
Yeah.
So you and I can. I mean, you and I've been doing this for a while. We can fill gaps.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm going to give my 2 cents, and then why don't you take it home? Because I have an idea for one thing that shouldn't take too much out of it.
Yeah, I want to hear how you were setting that up.
Yeah, so seeing Soren coming charging in, Finn uses his ability to kind of like push himself out of the line of fire here, because if he's coming, Tobor's not going to be far behind. And by doing so, he kind of pushes that particular person back even closer and more directly in Soren's path, making him a much easier target. And it gets Finn back just a couple feet, so he's not going to get blasted by the flame coming in. And yeah, then I'll leave it to you because it was your initial thing. I'll leave it there.
Okay.
I had an idea, but I won't leave it.
Soren's coming in like a surgical bulldozer. He's running in full tilt for that first guard that drew his sword, even though he's starting to back down. Grabs him by his throat, slams him down into the ground, and I can kill this one outright.
Yeah.
Slams him down into the ground, and then just pounds his foot flat into his chest, and a ring of black flame erupts, burning him to cinders.
Surgical bulldozer.
So that was my goal. I'm actually going to give the partial success to the other side, to Tobor and Dorian.
Sounds good.
All right. Dorian, what'd you roll?
No, you take it, Tobor.
Okay. So as the flames eject from all open panels and the mouth of Tobor, the flames ball up and just hit the front of the cart. And I see, what was there? There was 2 people on the front, or one guy on the front driving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That guy
was that the primary one?
Yeah, that guy's dead.
Okay, he's dead. So the rest of the flame would just go in through the cart, setting the canopy of it on fire, and then licking
Ooh.
the wheel, like licking the cart away around it. So at this point, I believe Soren is already like barreled through into the cart, if I'm correct.
No, I actually, if any, I came in like a beeline for that lead guard. So I
Lead
went
guard,
around the
okay.
cart. Yeah. So
So the flames like will go around, like they'll pass over Soren, like he's so attuned with the flames it doesn't even affect him, but the flames will go in through the rest of the cart and just burn it to cinders, leaving nothing but skeletons and ash, and of the occasional charred weapon of sorts.
Hmm. Okay, so the remainder of the guards scatter, leaving the cart behind on flames, with the spears and the armor. Yes.
I should point. So black flame doesn't really. It just doesn't really burn. Like it.
Okay.
I use the verb burn like in Soren's kind of speech, like his cadence, but like black flame just consumes. It's not non-extinguishable. Like it'll go out, but you can't like make a campfire out of it because it'll just consume the fuel. Like it'll just burn away
Okay.
everything that's in
Okay.
the
So now
campfire.
there's no cart.
Yeah,
because
so
it is
anything
ash.
that anything Rebel said would have caught on fire, then it would have just
Gone
it would
out.
have burned it down. Yeah.
And what about the metal and the sword or the spears?
Probably it would burn through all the wood and the cloth too fast to really melt the metal. Like it would
Okay.
take more of a sustained hold.
Okay.
As we all know,
Interesting.
black flames don't go hot enough to melt steel beams.
Okay. God damn it. Too real.
Ooh, okay. So we have a destroyed cart, destroyed spears, spearheads, if you care to collect them. And I presume, unless you guys want to chat about what your next steps are, we're headed up the remainder of the path.
Yeah, Finn's gonna grab one or two spearheads.
Ooh. Anyone
Projectiles.
else? They're ninja spearheads.
With him behind them, yeah.
Dorian would like to just kick through the rubble for a moment and just see if he can. Very kind of inconspicuously, kind of like people know he loots. He kind of looks like he's looting what wasn't consumed by the flame. He wants to see if he sees that skull and compass symbol anywhere again. Was this a fluke, or is this a part of this? Was this just two different scenarios that sadly are together?
And does he?
I would say he does find it, and he hesitates for a moment, but leaves it there and kind of like kicks it under the rubble.
Ooh, interesting. Is this no? Do you want the others to notice?
No.
When he kicks metal, I think that would have pinged Finn a little bit.
So you hear the
to
kicking
kinda,
of
like,
metal.
brush it.
Yeah. Are you gonna try to roll to see if you've noticed what's happening?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, why not?
All right. All right. You up for that, Graham Quest?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a great part of it. And once again, just because he knows Finnegan, when he kicks the one, he will step on like one of the spearheads to make like a double ding. So he knows this guy is always listening. So I will take my last trust and use as a betrayal to add a -1.
All right.
Okay, all right.
All right.
That's
You're up
14.
to
Yep.
mixed success. So you get what you want. Finnegan gets a little of what he wants, or you could take a wound.
So I would say that Finnegan knows Dorian was like shuffling through. He can hear the noises. and that he moves around something metal after hesitating for a while. Like there's that pause and done. But he thinks it's in the direction where he kicked the spearhead and not where he kicked the medallion.
Ooh.
Solid. I like it.
All right. Anything else before we depart this scene?
I'd actually be kind of talking with Tobor.
Oh, okay. I'm here for this.
You know, after seeing like the size of the dragon's breath that he displayed, I'll warn him again. Like, don't expend yourself with that too much, because it will reduce you to cinders. And I'll take we'll spend a couple minutes, I guess, while they're digging through the rubble, explaining how he can release the bond when he's ready. And it's more of just like you have to be ready to let go, but guide it like a river, to release it from your core. And if you let it go without any guidance, it will consume you. I see you, Andrew.
I thought too.
And also tell him, if you try to force it out, like you were, and I kind of peer at his appendages, like you're venting it, it'll probably reduce you to slag on the spot.
I have noticed the power that is held here. It is simply a means to an end. So I will relinquish this power that you have bestowed upon me willingly. And he goes to start his go checking his vents, and as he looks over his his body where the vents were, they are completely blackened. Like he has like silver body, but now there's just these big patches of black all up the arms, from all the way from the fingertips up. Both arms are completely like gunmetal black, and on the face is still silver, but where the mouth vents are, there's just these two black streaks out from where the flames were. He was using them for like posture. So
is a black flame Fu Manchu?
It is, yeah. A little bit out where his nostril panels would be, and then just straight out,
I love it.
We now know how what are they called? The robot guys get facial hair.
Right.
Yeah.
Burns.
Yep. Straight up. They're
Yeah,
never just
it's like I feel like with this idea, like Warforged would have what we would consider like tattoo parlors, but they go in and they just do the burn marks on your metal skin to
Right.
get that facial hair or like just regular hair that you want.
I just want a little bit of stubble. All right, we're gonna do the low grade blowtorch today.
Oh, you missed the spot. It's all right over here. But yeah, so after examining it, he would go to say like, well, how does one release? How does this ritual begin?
Unfortunately, that's not something that I can show you. I know that the power doesn't reside naturally within yourself, within your core. It's you're containing it subconsciously, but once you're ready to release it, you just need to guide it out through your spirit.
Understood. I will have to meditate upon this to seek the proper outcome without losing myself to this newfound power. So as he goes to do that, he kind of like examines a little bit, and he goes to like look at his chest panel, and his chest is just complete, like the sash that he has like across is actually burned off, so now it's just like half just all metal, So he literally just has his pants on now and his prayer beads. So all that is just like what looks like this black star is just radiating across the chest panels. And when he looks down, you can just see like it kind of glows like white hot in the dead center, but it radiates like a dimming and like almost like a heartbeat. Even though he has like no internal organs, it has the same like pulsations as a resting heartbeat.
Mm.
Nice little flavor text there.
It's good flavor
Love it.
text.
Yep. As I walk away to leave Tobor to his meditating and kind of self realization on how to deal with for lack of a better term, what I've done to him. I get a very, very small. It's almost like the feel of an ethereal pea in the back of my mind, like a marble, kind of pointing in Tobor's direction, and he can feel one as well. That kind of points in my direction. It's a very, very small. Like I said before, it's a very light bond. Tobor, yeah, pea like a snow pea. I don't. All right, I don't want to speak ambiguously. Like a very thin stream of connection between us.
There's a thread connecting you
Yeah.
spiritually.
Or kind of like a magnetic pull, right?
Well, he has P or P, so I chose stream very, very specifically.
Oh no, I got it.
Yeah. Anyway, no, but like it's like a small pocket in the back of her mind that kind of like points in each other's direction. That if you pay attention to it and you like focus on it, like you know what it makes sense. So Tobor, you actually get the feeling that it's not necessarily like I've carved off a chunk of black flame. It's more like you're actually drawing on my own, you're drawing on like a part of my own core, and that's like where the power is coming from.
Is this like dragon? Is this like a dragon heart kind of deal?
I guess, yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
Kind of seems warlocky to me.
Yeah.
Grimquest agrees in the chat.
A little bit. Yep, a little bit.
I see it.
So I think I mentioned this before we started that I this character is heavily inspired from the Cradle series by Will White, and this is one step that a character took to achieving the next level of strength, like basically like a gold level strength, and that's why the ability is named the Golden Contract. It's a bond that a dragon can grant to another individual and share some of their strength.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I get it.
Yep.
Okay.
And are you happy about it? How does Tobor feel?
Tobor would, since like he's never been one for like actually engaging in fights to where it's like ending the life of someone else, unless it is like that is the only outcome that is seen for him. Because all life is sacred, but those who chose to forfeit their life when there was clearly an easier way out, like they have cast their die. So for him to have this power of choice that is pretty much judge, jury, executioner style, it doesn't sit too well with him, but he knows that he has the ability to choose when to utilize said power. Right, so the power is still his to choose. He just now has instead of his normal abilities of like, hindering or not mortally wounding, he has the ability to mortally wound. So he's, in a sense, he's kind of leveled himself up in the sense of morality. It's like now it's more physical than what it used to be. It's not like an abstract thought anymore. It's actually tangible. So he's not, as he does his meditation and trying to control this flame, this black flamed heartbeat, he understands it is like its own its own life, and he just kind of goes, he goes with the flow of the heartbeat, trying to like calm it and trying to test out a few things to see what like agitates it, what keeps it level, what calms it. And under this time, he's just like, he begins to understand a little bit more of how this intensity is quelled.
All right. Are we ready for the next scene?
Indeed.
Oh, all right. Let's go. Okay, so you continue up the path that has been forged by the Fae, and as you get further and further up the mountain, the climate begins to change and it becomes snowy. You get to a clearing of the trees, and there's a fortress standing up atop a craggy outcropping of rock, a tower, and there is a woman standing expectantly out on, I guess you call that a terrace, and she sees you and beckons you closer. It's as if she was expecting you, or maybe other yous with a cart. So you are far ways off now. You're coming out along the path that's leading towards the guard tower. And the guard tower overlooks it.
As we're traveling, could I have done something?
Sure.
Before we get to the next scene, as we're walking, Dorian has very small legs, so he always usually lags behind. What he wants to do is keep tapping his rapier on the road as he goes to. He knows this will perk up Finnegan's ears with like random noises going on. But after he taps it for a while, he wants to like very quietly whisper, "When you get a moment, ask Soren about the letter he received," and then we'll just keep walking.
All right. Okay, now fast forward back to here. Finnegan asks, are we going to play along?
It would seem that in order to gain access, we must play the part of those who we had set ablaze.
Possibly.
I'm a pretty good actor.
I'm not really one for subterfuge.
Well, think of it this way. We don't know if that's an enemy or an ally. We need to find out first. So it's not really a subterfuge, it's...
Investigation.
Yes. You gotta know who your targets are before the targets.
Data must be acquired.
I kind of just look at Finnegan. Like when he says, you have to know what your targets are, I just give him a look like, everyone's a target. Like,
I can feel that look.
Everyone, even Finnegan?
Is that what you say to the, like, externally, so where we can all hear that there, Grimbeard?
Yeah, so everybody should be able to hear that. I might even give a smoky snort so that Finnegan knows. Just give it so it's an audible look.
Right. Again, he can kind of, with the echolocation, he can kind of see, not detailed, no detail.
Mm-hmm.
And probably feel the heat.
Yeah, you can certainly sense motion at the very least. So like when Soren like just turns back and like just that
I think of it very much like the Marvel Daredevil. So like he can see the outlines, so to speak, of the people, but he doesn't know like what you're wearing. He doesn't know. Vapors would be a problem. So you're smoking stuff. He probably wouldn't see that.
Mm-hmm.
but the rough motion of you going, like he would notice that. At least that's how I envision it.
And no color, probably.
Right. No color. There are definitely text is obviously a problem.
Actually, hold on. Now
there's
we're asking
problems.
real questions. Does sound travel faster through hot air?
I actually used to know the answer to that, and I don't remember.
I don't believe it does because heat would expand molecules.
Sound waves move faster in warm air
Oh.
and
Oh.
slower in
Yeah.
cold air.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah.
all right.
So you might actually, like, you probably
Sense.
sense an aura of heat around me like all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, at least we should hear her out.
Yeah, no, that one of you will have to take point here.
Dorian, you're a good actor.
That's fine. I need to know my desired outcome and scene. He goes like, all right, and like stretches out, does like the big like cracking his knuckles and all that stuff. All right,
How
are
about
we? Yes.
Overworked, underpaid guard.
Oh, so we are pretending to be the guards. Yes.
I mean, I'm under the assumption that's who they're expecting.
Me,
Maybe we got
me,
attacked.
guard. Okay, me, guard. Okay, I got it. I know my motivation. He'll go up to the lady at the gate. And before he knows he's going up the road, he will take his like little dagger and he'll like cut things from his robes to look like he's been in a scuffle.
Okay. And how far away or close are the rest of you coming? Are you coming up as a group? And Dorian's leading the way?
So does the road go like right up to the gate, or do we kind of go past it and the tower's like off to the side a little
It goes past it and the tower's like overlooking the road.
I feel like we would kind of chill on the road if anyone else has an objection. Like,
Okay.
we send the one person to talk. We don't all need to go talk.
Yeah,
So to
no
speak.
objection. At the very least, Soren's taking up the rear because he cuts quite a silhouette for like any scenario.
All right. How do you want to greet this person?
Dorian wants to try and gather like the information of what is to be expected of this, so he's going to just give a general like, "Please, mistress, please help.
Help?
Is this where? Yes.
What happened? What happened to the weapons that you were supposed to be bringing?
We were assaulted along the road by rapscallions, ruffians, pretending to be a part of the order.
The order?
Yes.
The
grouping, the order, group of people. It's an order. Are you new here?
No, but I haven't. I'm not sure what order you're referring to. This is rather concerning that there's a new power in the area.
No, the guys down back in town, we call it an order now. Didn't you get the memo? With the witch, we're doing the order of the witch.
No, I them kids and their lingo. I wasn't aware that people were calling that. Anyway, where are the weapons? What happened?
There was these crazy guys after the raid in Beywich. We did great. They're going this way. Didn't expect the villagers to just swarm up behind us. Snuck up on us real quick. Took the wagon, took the weapons. We fought, and he like shows his armor. We fought real hard. Look at that guy back there. He got lit on fire. And he points at Tobor.
Joe, are you still on fire? You shooting, venting black flame?
I think at this point to like kind of aid in this, I'll throw a trust towards Dorian to help solidify this. So what he's doing is like the vents are like kind of open and venting out the residual heat. So it looks like he's just smoking, but it's like, you ever seen like a superheated the the hood of your car where you kind of see the waves of heat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just that. Like
Okay.
the snow around me is like all melted.
And then
just
the
kind of
fox one, his eyes got plucked out. We had to bandage him up real quick. And the turtle, he was there, got a little scared, just couldn't deal with the whole situation at the point. Really, we just need some aid if we could. We'll go back, we'll get more weapons, just if you could let us through so we could resupply.
Well, yeah. Come into the tower. You can resupply here. Go back down the mountain to collect more weapons after you've had a meal tomorrow morning. Bring you and your compatriots in. And
Thank
she
you.
goes
We'll meet
to
you
unlock
inside.
the door. So she ushers you into the guard tower. It's the first floor. There are barracks on the second floor. On the first floor, there's an open, I guess, great hall sort of area where they bring in tables to have meals and bring them back out again, and it can be reconfigured. It's got a large hearth. And up on the third floor are where the I don't know what they're called, arrow slits, I guess, where you can peer out and shoot down arrows onto the road below, where people may be trying to come through, and this tower is guarding. So she has some of the servants make a meal and bring out the tables and set them up. You are there, as well as 5 other guards who are stationed here, at least for now. And as the meal begins, she comes before the meal begins. Three of you sit at the table, and she waylays Tobor in the hallway to have a private conversation. She brings you aside and says, "I know what's going on with you and Soren. He is not a person who believes in the sanctity of life like you do. Why are you letting him influence you so much?"
This is while we're still in the tower, correct?
Still in the tower? Yes.
Yeah. So
Everyone else is gone to go sit down for dinner, communal dinner, and she has stopped you in the hallway for a chat.
Knowing that the place we're in, he would kind of withhold a lot of information because he's not sure if this is like prying, because the for them to know like Soren's name outright when we didn't give names is kind of a give. So what he'll do is he'll kind of he'll make the sound and try to like say something, but he's gonna mask it with like the screeching of his joints, like creaking. He's gonna mimic that he doesn't have a voice because he was superheated so hot, so he's damaged his vocal unit.
Okay. Well, it's unfortunate that whatever Soren has done to you has made you mute. You don't have to talk, you just have to listen. Beware of that one. He's no good for you. He will take you down a path that your master would be very disappointed with. One that is not the one that you earn the reputation of the empathetic. And she goes to sit down with everyone else at the meal. Tobor, do you follow and join for the meal? Being a warforged.
He would always like to humor the rest of the humans, as it feels a way of sharing camaraderie. So just because he's different doesn't mean he should be treated any different. Right, if that makes sense. Right? He doesn't want to be exiled or ostracized because he's a warforged. He would seek a spot at the table, but he wouldn't partake of anything. Maybe some water to ingest, but no meats, no nothing. But he would still want to be a part of the table as it is to show camaraderie.
All right. So she sits down at the table with you, and she locks eyes with you, Dorian. And she says to you, you claimed that you were attacked and that you tried, but you all come uninjured. How does that add up? I think there's more.
Could Soren lean in and show her where he had to cauterize that crack in his shell from earlier in the day?
Sure. You can interject with that if you'd like.
I'll try, but like that's with I kind of look at the party because again, this is not really Soren's strongest or forte here. We were lucky to come across some healers between where we were assaulted and making it here to refuge. And then he'll point at the part where he cauterized. He's like, I had to repair my own shell. She wasn't equipped to deal with some of my injuries that I sustained in battle when I didn't run. And I give Dorian a look.
And Dorian will aid him by going, and look, and he'll show where Soren burned him the day before with his hand, and will show where he stabbed himself in the leg the night before. And then he will look at Finnegan and will like rub the side of his temple, kind of.
Who's
and
touching?
Our friend is still missing his eyes.
All right. I sense you want to roll. What is your goal here?
It seems like we're trying to convince her that, I mean, we still are who we are claiming to be. But I guess, this does beg the question, like, she obviously knows who we are.
Well, it's obvious to Tobor, but is it obvious
That's
to
true.
you? I think
Nope, you're right.
I think that's the contest here. Is it obvious to Soren and Dorian and Finnegan that she knows who you are? Right?
No.
So
Yeah, no.
Dorian
okay.
thinks he got away with this, and she's
Okay.
just trying to make sure.
Yep.
And this entire time, Finn would be trying to kind of gauge the status quo. Like, because he obviously doesn't know about the Tobor thing. But we're in, from his perspective, we are in kind of a hostile territory situation. So he is very, very much aware, or trying to be very much aware about where everybody is. He's listening for heartbeats, footsteps, and like if they're calm and consistent, and listening for deviations.
Okay.
More specifically, not the allies, more the other people
Okay.
right now.
Okay. So let's roll. So if you win, you figure out that she knows who you are. If she wins, what is she gonna do? I don't know. I'll take a moment to think about it while the dice are rolling. All right.
So,
are you
I don't
spending
know.
trust?
I have no trust that I can. I don't think I can spend anything to help Dorian. in
Oh
this
no,
one.
No, you're not helping Dorian.
I'm sorry, helping you. You started the ball of the lie.
Mhm.
I'm backing.
Oh,
you
all
up.
right. Yep. All right. That's fair.
Okay, so who's spending trust on who?
I'm spending one trust on Soren.
Okay. Boom. Let's go.
That's a 4 for me.
I got a 4. You guys got an 8. So you're +4, success and a half. So you become wise. And what do you want for your and a half? Go for it. You both got a 4, so
Yeah. So I'm kind of going to play my character here and defer to Dorian, because this really, like, again, this is kind of that level of subterfuge that just really isn't, like, it's really not for me. Like, I kind of just, again, like, I feel like Dorian's picking up on a lot of my looks and different snorts, so I'll give him that snort and a look, like, how much longer are we going to play this game?
As soon as he realizes that even though we showed the wounds, she still has that like glossy look above her eyes, doesn't react to it, just kind of lets us go through the motions. He goes, well, here's the thing. We did the vie for power. We were sent on the job to come kill the witch, but we've seen what's going on. We've seen the waves of enemies that have been thrown our way. And at the end of the day, you might as well join the winning side. So, we've made our way. We could have walked right past this, but we didn't. We wanted to see how you ran your company. So, we come to see how everything runs, and since we've defeated your other men so easily, I think it'd be in your best interest to have people like us on your side and not as enemies.
So what are you saying exactly?
I'm proposing a partnership. We were all paid to kill the witch. No more, no less. But if the option is to giving us to match what we were supposed to get paid, we can either walk away or talk about a long-term partnership.
So are you asking me to pay you to not kill the witch? Is that where this is headed?
No, I'm asking for an audience with the witch to show her how useful we could be.
Let me think about that for a moment. I think I could arrange that. I do have the witch's ear. He is always looking for new people to be in his employ. When I introduce you, what would I be telling him? What is your calling card, your greatest accomplishment that I should lead with?
He will look around the entire party for what he says, making sure he sees each and every one of their faces and the twinges of the ears of Finnegan. Well, the greatest feat I ever did was making everyone believe I was a hero. Savior of Lumnus. Biggest lie I've ever pulled off.
Oh, she looks very impressed. I think the witch would very much like to talk to you. And is this an audience for one or an audience for four?
Well, that's up to them. And he will stand up and walk away from the conversation.
She will also stand up and look expectantly at the three remaining to see if they also stand up. And she says to you, "Give me a moment. Meet me out on the terrace and we can arrange that audience for you." And as she says that, you can see out through the windows that it begins to snow.
Have the two of them left the room? Dorian.
I believe Dorian has left the room. I didn't give this person a name yet. So her name is Ona. She has not left the room. She is waiting a beat to see who else stands up.
Soren will push up from the table and as quietly as a dragon turtle can whisper, "A means to an end." And I'll walk out onto the terrace with Dorian.
Tobor will follow the suit, but instead of like saying anything, he'll get up, posture himself a bit, and release a bit of steam from the black flame as a quick vent. It's like almost like a huff, just like that, just burrows out from his shoulders, and he'll start following Soren and Dorian.
Okay, now that 2/3 or 3/4 of you have started to leave the room, she starts to follow. Finn, you're still sitting at the table.
Finn is sitting there alone for a minute and thinking fairly deeply. And anybody who was still in the room would see him start to kind of like twitch and like get fidgety. And then he would get up and say, "We could have just taken the tower down." And follows the party out.
Okay, so she follows Dorian back out onto the terrace, and as the following behind Tobor and Soren, and as you are walking out, the snow becomes heavier and heavier as she stands out on the terrace and she begins to chant, and the snow around the tower begins to swirl, and Finn, you come out as well and join the party on the terrace, and she tells you, she asks everyone to join hands with her in a circle, and you begin to lift off of the ground and be taken up in a snowy tornado.
In a bubble.
In a bubble, yes. So, okay. So
She came down in a bubble.
In a bubble. Thank you. I'm glad you got it.
all right. So I think we're gonna like freeze here for a second. And we're gonna have a challenge. Where do you want to end up? She is going to transport you to the witch's fortress. And do you want to try and disturb where she is going to land you? I see a shake from Dorian.
Yeah.
Yeah? Soren?
Well, I mean, this is out of Soren's wheelhouse. Like, I'm not really used to being lifted and transported.
He's not one of them flying dragons.
No.
He's a walking dragon.
No.
Okay, make a plan. And how are you gonna not tip her off to the plan?
Could my sense motive kind of narrow the search of where she's going? Or where she's trying to transport us?
Oh. I think so, but first I want to thank the raiders.
Yeah.
Hey, Nikki
Yeah.
Nerds Out. Thanks for the raid. You dropped in at
Swap
like a
over and talk to him.
super tense moment. Let's switch over here. Oh yeah. Look at all the dice. I'm gonna
Oh,
dice.
too
you
many
wanna throw the
dice.
Yeah, too many dice. Now you can throw.
Yep.
Too many puppies.
Thank you. We're not playing D&D today. We're playing a game called The Mountain Witch, which is super narrative driven. Everyone gets a little bit of a GM control, and we're in the midst of negotiating how this next conflict goes. But maybe it's, better to pause and reflect on the game for the raiders who just dropped in. How are you guys feeling about how things have gone?
I have so many feelings right now.
I do too.
Right?
Honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I will say, like, some of the pinpoints that have happened to individual characters, and then you can kind of get lost. And then you gotta realize, like, no, I'm here. If I say something, I could totally mess this up. So I'm just like playing it very close to the vest, because you have to play it close to the vest because you're still trying not to tip anyone off about your fate. So it's
Well-
almost like it's like double.
Well, you are and you're not at the same time.
We're at the breaking point, right? Tipping for fate. Like, it's okay now.
Yeah, I'm still dropping hints.
Yeah,
They're
yeah. So don't worry about keeping it secret anymore. Yeah, so here we are, talking with
I
the
gotta tell
witch's
you, like-
second, the snow spirit. Yeah, go ahead, Grim.
I was gonna the hints that Andrew's dropped, and like I told you, I've been playing with this man for a year and a half now. These hints are so well blended into the group narrative. I got nothing, and I've been racking my brain
Yeah.
trying to go back, like remember everything that you've said and done, and I'm like,
I've got a few.
am I an idiot?
I've got a few things.
Nope, I don't. No, you're not an idiot. It is. I'll admit, some of them are subtle, but they're intentional.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm like that too. Like as you said, I pick my words.
Yep.
My descriptors are very specific.
I swear that everything that you talked about was like echoes and stuff. I was like, are you made of fucking fortune cookies, man? 'Cause I swear I read it on fortune cookies somewhere.
Oh, I know, masterfully done. Did you like write these out beforehand?
A couple of them I have some like bullet points like of certain phrases, but mostly no, they're kind of in the moment.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, thanks for the follow. I got to my secret follower goal of 70. I didn't tell anybody about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
saw
there
it
it
above
goes.
your
Ah, you
Now
can
we
see
know.
it.
There
on
we go. Now we
chat.
know your fate.
Yes, my fate was get to 70 followers.
Was revenge.
Oh.
So
I-
actually, I'm gonna do the like the streamer thing. But does anybody that just rated in, do you guys not know what 3D dice are? Because I feel like this is a good opportunity to
It is.
talk about the tool that we're showcasing.
Yeah, that
So,
is kind of the
Celeste, this is
whole
all you.
deal. All right.
Yep.
So, welcome to 3D Dice. I am Celeste Bloodrain, and I make an app where you can roll three-dimensional dice. You can customize them. You can search our library of 7,000 dice to find dice way cooler than I can make, and
That's dice.
roll them live with your party. We have a stream overlay that you see being used right here. We saw us before. We have dice rooms where you can put up backgrounds and, yeah, share them with your friends. And maybe one day you can sell them. We're working on that. We also have integrations with Roll20, Foundry, Owlbear Rodeo, D&D Beyond, Path Builder 2E, and Tailspire. Yeah, Stream Deck. Like, we've got 15.
Yep.
I can't remember all 15.
There's
And
a lot.
yeah. So the goal of this tool is that, that our virtual dice can be the same as our regular dice. We don't get to decide whose house we play at. We usually play at the GM's house or their best friends. And in that same way, you don't get to decide where you play online. You play where the GM goes. You should be able to bring your 3D dice with you. What?
I like that you're just getting buried.
I know.
This is what I get for like.
That's fine.
This is the nerdiest ball pit I've ever been in.
And
Goblin
another raid.
Tuesday.
Goblin Tuesday, let's go, baby.
Oh, Goblin Tuesday! Thanks for the raid. Like,
Baba Booey.
I
You know,
love
one of my favorite
Goblin
things
Tuesday.
about 3D dice is that I can be a dice goblin and not have it take up so much space.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Like there have been times that I've been like nervous about my wife getting like a package when I order new dice, but like not with 3D dice. I can just get as many dice as I want.
right? Okay, let's talk. Like, how many dice do you have in your dice box on 3D dice?
Man, I'm almost ashamed to say that number too. Like, I go through like I've made probably like a dozen, and some like half of them are just different variations of the Grimbeard dice. Is
Very
and then like every time I'm going through like to browse, I mean there are thousands. I'll go and browse and I'm like, oh, you know what? I like that one. I like that one. But I have to have a set of dice for every character I play.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've
Yeah,
got two
so-
pages. I don't know how many are on a page because I didn't count, but I got 2 pages.
I have 7.
Okay.
I mean,
And
it's
that's-
expected of you. You're the
Wow.
creator.
I have
Yeah.
over 100 dice
Oh,
sets
yeah.
in my box. Yeah.
And that's the super awesome part about it is like as Grimbeard said, when you are playing in a game or even as the DM, like if you are so inclined, when your big bad evil guy shows up, it's like, man, I want to bring out the Doomsday dice, which are the really cool looking death dice. It's like big bad evil guy. This is the fight. We got to bring out those dice. But for the players as well, you ever want to have your specific dice, you don't have to use the generic ones. You can use your specific character dice in each campaign.
Mhm.
Yep. Goblin Tuesday's got a set of physical dice that he uses just to kill players.
Yeah.
So you
Like
can do
this
that
one.
virtually.
Ooh, I like that one.
Yeah, that's my dice
That
for the
one's-
witch. Like you just said. Yeah.
Nice.
There you go.
And it's a lot nicer. Like you can't really see it in my camera because it's so far away, but I have 2 very big mason jars filled with dice. There's over what that is like 1,300, 1,400 dice in there. I'm not exaggerating.
I'd hate to walk a mile in your shoes.
Yeah, I walked over them for Extra Life last year. Well, this year from last year. And this year, if I hit the goal, I'm going to roll every single one of them until each one gives me its max result, which is going to be fun if we hit the goal. But that's a different thing. But yeah, this is like, I will never do that kind of goal for this because there's too many dice.
Yeah.
It's infinite dice. I could never make that.
True. All right. So, okay, I'm going to defer to all you for like what to chat about next because I'm a bad streamer, or I'm a neophyte, we should say. So, have I done a good job pitching the tool so far?
I
so.
think we've covered it.
We've covered it.
Especially, I
Yay!
mean, that's why I made the too many button because it just rolls everything just for these moments where we can just show off like what the tool does. Yeah, no, I yeah, you covered it. Yeah, I think yeah. You got inspiration from me.
Yay! So, I think, okay. So we were trying to negotiate out what's going to happen with the teleportation with the snow spirit. We can either pick up there tomorrow. In the midst of that, we can either figure out what we're doing, or we can, pause, reevaluate trust, talk about our suspicions about the secrets.
Let's not be too hasty about reevaluating trust, please. Can we just like maybe take a pump break on that one? Like,
He's like,
it's-
hold on.
I was gonna say like I'm actually so we kind of left that on determining whether we were going to alter the path of this
Right, to try to
this
alter
travel.
the path. Yeah.
I mean, if
And
you
how
guys
to
are
do it
if,
without our knowing, which I have an
Yeah,
answer
if-
to if we want to.
if you guys are up for it, I'm open to resolving that and reevaluating trust once we land, and then we can pick up from wherever we like that like our pickup. We'll start tomorrow night with our destination.
Sounds
And
great.
I think that's a good way to do it.
Okay, so what's the plan, team? Do you want, I think the answer is yes, to try to influence where you're landing? Do you B, try to do it subtly or don't care? And C, where might you want to end up? And how are you going to try to organize this well in the midst of the beginning of the
That I have an answer
transportation?
for.
Okay, go for it.
I'm going to silence around us. So we can talk, but the sound is not getting beyond the slight barrier that I am making around the 4 of us.
Okay, powers in play. I love it. Okay, that's
And
step 1.
Yeah. We can speak freely.
Well,
When that, yeah, that's what he would say if it
Okay,
works.
yeah.
And when it happens. Yeah.
yeah. Well, no, I mean, go for it. What's your plan now?
That was the extent of my plan.
Okay.
What is there to talk about? Where she's taking us to our goal, is she not?
I mean, sort of. I have questions. And he, like, for the first time, he's looking at Dorian.
Dorian, knowing his silence, goes, if we end up right in the middle, if we're killing her, we're going to die. So we got a couple of seconds. I have an idea, but you'd all have to trust me.
Not enough
Well-
data has been collected.
Let me
Really?
look at my notes
You gave
here
him
on a
4.
scale
You
of-
gave him 4 trust. How is that not enough data, Tobor?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I've got about 0.
You haven't been giving me a lot to work with, Dorian. But we're here. So, I mean, I don't really see another option.
Okay, he's going to look at anybody else. If anybody else is going to make a move, he's going to wait. But if he sees no one looking to do anything, he's going to do his play.
Just as echoes reveal the contours of hidden landscapes, challenges unveil the depth of our strength.
I hate you.
For
All
anybody
right.
just tuning in, we've been trying to get the slightest feel on Finnegan's character, and it's just
I'll tell you right now, that has no hint in it. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I gave up. After the first fortune cookie tell, I gave up.
Finnegan's playing wizard's chess, man.
Yeah.
This better be a
None
good
of-
reveal.
I'll tell you now. Most of those like phrases and things, most, not all, are not related.
Okay.
Those are not the hints I've been dropping.
Okay.
He's playing Pictionary with invisible ink.
Right?
We need you to draw 7 red lines.
All right.
He can't see red, so or lines.
That's fair.
So, Finnegan, Dorian will do his ability to shrink to half his size while holding his breath, and will try and get on top of this woman's head, like run up her arm, grab her by the hair. So he's on top of her. He'll let go of his breath because he's gonna talk, and he's gonna lean in real close to her ear. If I bring them there, is my debt paid?
Called it.
Mm-hmm.
Dum dum dum. Okay.
Just waiting for a response from her.
And
I
we'll
can't-
get it tomorrow.
You will get into it. One would hope so. Only he can decide. I will, if asked, speak on your behalf.
Dorian doesn't like that answer. Points her face straight down towards the ground and directs her into the ground.
Ah! Okay. So, what is your goal?
My goal is to throw her, like she's looking where she's going. He wants to point, like thinking the spell is based off of where she thinks she's going. Point her head towards the ground and make us crash.
You want to make us crash? Okay. She does not want to crash. She's going to try to make good on her promise to bring you to the witch. Alrighty. Okay, I got my dice in a different spot over here. You ready to roll off?
Yep.
Anyone else getting involved at this point?
I'm gonna try and kick her in the knee or something to kind of help distract her.
We both got ones.
Damn. I was just gonna say that's rough, buddy.
I've been rolling like garbage all day.
Does my thing go off though? Do I get to add one?
Yeah, go for it. I don't know
'Cause
why
that won't be a 1.
I did something weird. Oh, I re-rolled my die. Oh, that's a 6. Okay, 7 to my 1. You're 6 plus 6. That's a double success.
Awesome. For the newer viewers, do you want to switch to the other scenes so
Oh,
they can
sure.
see the rules?
Sure.
On the sides?
Here are the rules.
You had a plan. Even though I got the 6, I'm going to hand it to you because you had some kind of plan going on.
We had a double success, so I want to take half, and then I want to give you the other half.
Sure. Yeah, you go first because you had the plan here.
So Dorian just like grabs her head, thrushes her towards the ground, and covers her. You can't see where she's going. And at the very last moment before we hit the ground, he reveals her eyes, so she tries to pull up.
I feel like I'm missing something important in there.
So, well, sorry, nervous. So as we're pushing like down, he's pushing her down, guiding her towards the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going forward, heading towards the ground so that we don't go all the way to the witch. And at the last moment before we go hit the ground, he reveals her eyes, so she pulls up and we kind of skid into the ground.
Okay.
Avoid crash.
So avoiding instant death,
Yeah.
but still hitting the ground.
Yeah.
All right. And the other success to Finnegan?
Finn kind of seeing the ground coming and not fully for the first half of that knowing what the rest of the plan is. He begins to kind of use his ability to try and absorb the impact using sound waves to kind of do the inverse of whatever would happen and push the ground a little bit, specifically around the 3 of us. He couldn't get Dorian because Dorian is on top of the lady and he does not want to protect the lady. But he is going to try and protect Soren himself and Tobor.
Okay, so
with that.
So
to soften the blow so we don't take the damage.
Okay,
really.
so you're saying you want to deal a wound to Ona and to Dorian.
Yeah, if they would take a wound from the collision, yeah.
Okay, so they both take a wound. And we have landed.
Question, DM. Since I got no protection, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just fell a huge height, would this count as a permanent wound for the rest of the...
No.
Okay.
It would take a success and a half to be a permanent wound for the rest of the campaign.
Oh, success and a half for them. Got it.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. And so you guys got a... Yeah. So I would. So if I got a 5, then I could take you. I could kill you if I felt like it. Right. So this is a chapter wound. But for her, it is a permanent wound because she's not a PC and she's not the witch. So.
Oh, Grim.
Oh yes.
He had his hand up.
Just it's out of character. I just want to just take a minute to really applaud working in a betrayal in a double success for 2 characters that have been opposed most of this game. I'm just saying that's. I mean, it's impressive.
Logistically, honestly, I feel like Finn would want to because he kind of sees what's happening, but at the same time, he can't. There's no way by protecting him, he would have to protect her because they're sharing the same space. He doesn't have an option. It's great.
Mechanically it makes sense, but I'm just
right.
that's all I'm saying is just I just out of character meta. I need to.
Oh, yeah.
I really need to just applaud that.
Kudos. Kudos. Okay,
I
have a habit of doing that
because Grim, I like you.
I do too.
But Dorian, it's why you bully me?
No, it's great. I'm having a hell of a time. I love it. But it all makes sense. He's building his own grave.
Yeah, yep. I don't understand your motivation. Oh.
I think I do. It was actually my very first note that I made about what I thought his motivation was. Anyway, well, we'll cover that later. We'll talk about that.
Yeah. Okay, so she dusts herself off, gets up. What the hell are you doing? I was taking you to the witch. Why are you covering my eyes and diving us into the ground? And she stares deep into your eyes, Dorian.
Dorian will pull out his blade and yell, "I want a sure thing," before thrusting right into her.
Oh, okay. Let's roll off.
Now, Oh no, I was gonna say
Okay.
no. Soren can help with that, but
Soren can help with that.
can't.
Does Soren
I
want
sure
to?
can't.
No, I have no trust for Soren. He couldn't.
So you gave Soren no trust.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm at a.
Well, I mean,
I'm
you
at a
can
flat
help.
nada.
Finn,
You can roll your die and you take the higher. You can't add them together, but you can still help.
Finn will spend the trust.
Okay.
I mean, Soren, you can still do if you want. I'm not going to take that away from you if you still want to do something. But
Okay. So
he
she's
doesn't
got a
trust his lady
4.
now, so
Grim, you got a 5 because you also have a wound. Plus 2. 7 to her 4. Up 3, full success. So you can deal her a wound, or you can, narrate some other successful outcome. But I'm pretty sure your stabbing was the goal. But
Yep.
yeah, you will need a 4 to kill her because she's a more powerful creature.
Yeah, so he's just gonna either keep going
Straight
at
up
it or
wound?
try and run off. Yeah.
Okay.
Straight wound.
So she is going to try to, her goal is going to be to try to capture you again in the vortex to neutralize you without killing you.
Soren is going to oppose the vortex. His abilities seem pretty well suited to deal with a snowstorm.
Okay.
So while she starts summoning this blizzard, this vortex, I'm also going to summon my own this kind of raging whirlwind of black fire called the Dragon Descends,
Ooh. Okay.
and try to cancel out whatever frost magic she seems to be summoning.
Okay.
I'm gonna toss that thing your way too. I'm spending it left and right.
You spent. Well, that's what it's for.
Yep.
And I think I
My
forgot to
sugar
take one
daddy.
away from. So you spent it on Dorian before. I didn't do that. Okay. We're all true now. Okay.
Yeah.
So-
Yep. Dorian's should be easy. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, it was just delayed.
It
Yep.
was delayed. Yeah. And anyone else throwing in?
You said we can't triple aid though.
You can't triple aid. So like
Yeah,
the other two
no.
people can aid each other, and then you take the higher of the two
You
You can also
sides.
do your own thing.
Yeah,
you can also do your own
like
thing.
attacker.
He just wants her done, so he's gonna once again like run up and just try and get her right in the throat again.
Okay. Okay. So I'm at a 3 because I got -2. What you guys got?
We're at
We
a
get
4.
a 4. Yep.
Okay. So you're up 1, partial success. What you gonna do? How are you gonna stop the vortex to save Dorian from getting captured? You could just
So-
deal a wound and
I
keep
would
going.
say so that the vortex does actually. The vortex actually is able to take like a little bit of a hold, and with Finnegan's distraction and the kind of like spiral of black flame that I've summoned, it kind of like lurches us all 100 feet closer. Like it kind of picks us up and then just tosses us 100 feet in the direction of the tower. And we all kind of just crash to the ground. But we are, we weren't necessarily expecting to be lifted and hoisted like that. So we're kind of like trying to regain our bearings while the acolyte Ona is standing, and she appears to be gathering up her magic again.
Yeah. Ona calls out to you, Tobor. Tobor, you were going to let these people kill me? Spirit of nature? I thought you were better than that. And she's going to continue using her magic to fight you. But not Tobor.
Finnegan wants to try and use his sound manipulation to try and immobilize her. She had before had to like move around and do things to make her magic work. He wants to hold her in place so she cannot do that.
Okay.
And then what anybody else does is up to them. But that's what she's going to do, or he's going to do.
Anyone else help
I'll
it?
say Soren is kind of locked in a stalemate, trying to dispel this frost magic. Jets of black flame are shooting up in wells all around us and erupting from my hands and my mouth.
Okay. You spending trust to help Finnegan? You got some.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. I'm at a 4.
Ugh.
You're at a 6.
That's a 6.
Plus 2. Mixed success.
It's a mixed.
Yeah, so you can freeze her in place at the cost of a wound or some other benefit to your opponent.
I'd say okay, yeah. So he's trying to hold her in place, and Soren tries to use his flames to again combat the kind of wintry magic that's going on around us. And while he's struggling to hold her still, she manages to get a little bit of a side spell effect thing going on, and an icicle goes by and smacks him right upside the head, kind of ringing his ears, and he's gonna take a wound.
Okay. So she's frozen now. What are you all doing?
As this lady's frozen, Tobor will walk up slowly and go up to the side of her head and say, "Ins to means." And even with the black flame inside of his core, it doesn't give off heat. It's just perfectly calm heartbeats. And he starts to walk towards the door of, I assume we landed at like the doorstep of the witch's fortress, right?
Oh, I did not. Nobody specified. It just wasn't inside the fortress. So
Okay.
we'll put it back to Dorian. You're the one who made the crash landing happen.
I imagine we landed far enough originally, right? Because the narrative has changed. Originally, we landed far enough outside the gate that we still had a way to walk, but then we got lifted up and thrown another 100 feet towards it. So I would say we're probably right outside the walls.
Okay, yeah. Grim, you good with that? You're the one who threw us 100 feet.
That's pretty much, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Probably closer than I imagined, but I'm good with that.
Okay. Back to you, Tobor. That was your question.
So I begin, as she's obviously frozen. She's subdued. She can't really do anything. And to add to her comment of one with nature, I look back towards her and say, the best way to be one with nature is to envelop oneself in the whole of nature. You shall spend the rest of your time here in the frozen to become one with the air and earth. Ends to means. The cycle is complete. And he starts to walk off towards the steps.
Okay. So Finnegan, how does your freezingness work?
Well, and more, he was holding her in place.
So
but
you
I would
have to actively maintain it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we can't just leave her.
Right.
Okay.
His goal was to kind of hold her while Dorian did whatever he's going to do, essentially.
Okay. Okay, so Tobor gave some cutting words. and then walked away. Oh wow, we got another raid.
Distal's
Another
place.
raid.
Distal's place. Thanks for the raid. Oh my.
Distal's good people.
Really? Well, maybe I
Yeah.
should give Distal a follow later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Their Thursdays are wild.
Thursdays are wild. Thursdays are D&D day, I hear, for everybody.
So I want to add one thing, sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
About Finnegan's current state.
Yes.
He is struggling to maintain that. That icicle to his head. He's now essentially senseless and in the dark because it kind of gave him a good ring. So he's actually looking, for the first time you're seeing, he's like looking frantic and a little upset.
Ooh.
This seems like a good place for Soren to step in. And he's looking for obliteration.
Finish her.
Finish her. Yeah, so it kind of a little disappointed in Tobor. I kind of thought he had the soul of a dragon, but it's not for everyone. And I'll step up and ready a torrent of black flame to burn her asunder.
All right. Anyone helping with trust?
Yeah, Dorian is going to see like the cracking of, because right now Finnegan's doing his best to maintain it, but he sees like her arm starting to crack out of it, and he will just clasp her fingers shut, making sure she can't cast anything to stop Soren to get herself out of what Soren's about to do to her.
Okay.
Are you standing in the path of this?
Yeah.
No, he's going to, because he wants to make sure she's dead. So he is going to try and stay as far away as possible from the blast, but he's going to be on the outskirts of it.
Okay.
Okay. We ready for this? Finn, I believe you should also get a die that doesn't add.
Sure. Yep.
I got a 1.
Oh,
Come on.
That's a
3 minus 2
5
is a
from
1.
me. I
I
got
got a
1
6.
from GrimQuest and a 6 from
Okay, so yeah, so I mean it's a 6 or a 6. So you guys got a 6 and I got a 1. That's a +5, double success. You can slay her now.
Well, actually, she's -2, so that'd be -1 from her.
No, I rolled a 3. -2
did
is
you?
1.
Yes,
yeah.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
I got a
This is
0.
why 3D dice is great. You can see
so
it
I
down
have
there.
all the numbers. Yeah. I
Yeah.
keep all
Yep.
the numbers on the side.
Yeah. Okay, who's leading the narration?
So
Soren? Yeah.
I mean, Andrew, you could take this because you're holding her.
Oh no! This is your flames.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're the one who's
all right.
leading it. You were like, this is done now.
All right, yeah. Soren steps up, and I heard the term crack. So, with a crack of his knuckles and the what sounds like a crackling flame, kind of erupting from his fists, he grabs her by the forehead and the shoulder, and then just starts pouring flame down into the ground. And at the last second, just kind of I'll give the double success to Dorian here, but while I'm burning her down to nothing, kind of attempt to kick Dorian out of the way.
Well, it takes a success and a half to kill her, so he can only get a half partial success.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Which might just be not taking any damage.
Yeah, well, partial success is, he just pulls away from it. He singes his fingers that he doesn't get away unscathed. Maybe his hand is like a little messed up right now, but he gets away before he gets obliterated with her.
Oh, nice. So we literally melted the personification of the snow.
Yep.
Yeah,
I really let it go on her.
you did. And we're at the doorstep of the witch's fortress, which is
I see
exactly
you,
where we
Rebel.
should be. All right, so I think this is a good time to wrap up, reevaluate trust. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. That's good enough. Okay. So, who would like to go first?
Dorian.
Dorian.
Really, as the most
Daria.
trustworthy of the group, I really think I should go first. I think I'm going to actually Tobor. I'm going to give a -3. trust.
Ooh. Tobor -3.
He had a chance to do the witch. He says it's all a means to an end, and just walks away from this life and death situation.
Oh, wait, I totally pressed the wrong button. Good thing it was the first one. Okay, there we go. So Tobor should be 0, yeah? From Dorian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Soren and Finnegan, I'm both going to give a +1. They backed me on my plays and put their faith into me, so I have to give a little faith back.
All right. All right. Okay, and Tobor, how about you next?
It's kind of hard because I'm still playing towards my fate as well. So obviously it's pretty easy to see that, like, yes, I have taken on the personification of the Black Dragon's flames, but at the same time my actions are cold and more calculated than they have been before. Not just like straight out. It's obvious, like before in the town it was, you chose this, this is your fate, that's it. But now it's more cold, calculated, almost robotic. So I don't really have any trust to give out anymore. I don't have any to spend today.
Okay.
I don't trust anyone no more or no less.
All right, Grimbeard Adventures.
Let me see. Tobor, I'm gonna keep where he's at. With the first display with the wagon full of weaponry and armaments, I probably would have given him an additional point of trust, but seeing him walk away from a granted subdued but still an enemy, dragons do not leave enemies to stab us in the back. That kind of disappointed Soren a little bit. So I'm gonna keep Soren where, or I'm gonna keep Tobor where he's at. I think Finnegan, he's starting to play. It feels like he's starting to play with Soren's head a little bit, and not just my head, but it feels like he's playing a game. And Soren particularly, and the player behind him can't fucking figure it out. So, I think I'm gonna pull 1 point of trust away from Finnegan.
All right.
Dorian's gonna get 1 point though. There was a moment where I believed wholeheartedly that I thought I pinpointed his fate, and I thought that was where we were going, and it may still come to pass, but at least in the moment he's kind of undermined, or he's exceeded Soren's expectations, so he's going to gain an additional point of trust here.
All right. And then Finnegan.
He is again, he's going to leave Tobor alone. It's been pretty consistent. Soren, hold on, where is Soren? There's Soren. He's going to give him one more.
Okay.
He went along with the tower thing. Finn knows that's not his shtick. He's been pretty clear about going head on into everything, but he played the game because it was the betterment for the party. And he sees that. So going against his nature, it earned him a little bit. And then there's Dorian. And he genuinely does not know what to do with Dorian right now. Because he feels like he just screwed everybody, but then he actually kind of pulled through, and he also is like, well, maybe he just had like a personal breakthrough. And like, so he's like thinking about everything right now. He does not really know where it lies. He kind of wants to see how the rest of it plays out, so he's going to leave it as is.
Okay, as is. All right. So, who wants to speculate on someone's secret fate? And I'm going to post the fates.
I went first last time. I'll let somebody else do it.
Yeah.
I'll
And if
go
anyone,
if that's okay.
yeah, go for it. Before though, anyone who wants to investigate what the fates mean, you can put
I
thing in
fully
the chat.
believe that Tobor is revenge.
It's gotta be.
Fully believe Tobor is revenge. I 100% believe that he accepted the power, and I think I know who is 100% going to kill Soren. This is my belief. This is what I'm up for. Soren, I am between unholy power and desperately in love. Those are the two that I have. And then Finnegan, he still throws me off, but I'm actually leaning towards worst fear.
Mm.
Because always in the line of the words, he shows the best outcome, but then always reverse it to the worst outcome in the opposite end. So this is where life can bring you, but the worst part of it can be this. So I'm like, that's why I'm leaning in when I'm listening to it, and I was like, it could be that one.
So what's the fear of?
I don't know what the fear of, but the fear, like, I'm trying to listen more and more as he goes, but the fear always seems to be that the worst outcome is around the corner. So I'm like, I don't know, I'm just reading this too much, but that's mine. Is I think worst fear is what Finnegan has.
Nice. Who wants to go next?
I don't. Like, I'm just.
All right. Tobor, I agree. I think is revenge at the moment. The whole means to an ends thing, and he's like super hyper focused on the witch right now, or at least getting in there. So that it's kind of leading me to her, and he has got that evil side to him too. So I'm leaning in that general direction. Soren, I'm still torn between desperately in love or unholy pact. I'll admit I've been tempted to bring the pendant back into play on a couple of points where I've had some successes, but I don't want to steal that from you in case you have a plan. So
Me?
like I've left it alone. Yeah, you.
Okay. All right.
But I've thought about it just to bring it back up because I want to know how that resolves. Like I'm like looking for it. I'm like, and Dorian, I'm pretty confident at this point is past allegiance.
Past allegiance. Ooh.
Yeah, it's either that or I don't think he's true motive, but it could be. The very first note that I wrote down for him was he owes a debt to a larger entity, which I think is the witch. It was the very first thing that I wrote down.
Yeah, and I mean, with everything that he's played or role played so far, like can fit that really well without a full betrayal. Like, you know, it's one of those. It's again, like I keep like this whole game is about red herrings. So like it's one of those, you know, again, like how much first time playing this system, like how do we know that we don't just have an unreliable narrator? Where I mean, for one thing, you guys are most of you are like hyper focused on me either being unholy pact or desperately in love, and kind of leaning towards like past allegiance in the way that GrimQuest has been playing Dorian. Could that be that unreliable? A little, like
right.
a little, just a a pinch of unreliable narrator. Like he's showing us what he wants us to see, and you know, there's that true motive in the back. You know, we're sure he's got that past allegiance, but like true motive is very, very broad.
Yeah.
And it could be anything. Well,
Could it be a boat? Sorry. The moment anyone says it could be anything, my brain, it could be a boat.
Yep.
Right? Wanting something from the witch, clearing your debt, true motive. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I still, and it may just be, I mean, I know even though Rebel said that he received his fate after creating the character, I still feel like revenge fits well with that. Especially with some, like you guys nailed it, like with some of the things that he's said, mostly
the
in
Dead
this
Master.
Yeah, the Dead Master is what I mean. That's what tipped me off in the beginning, but then we had that kind of like sidebar conversation where he was trying to figure out how to kind of reconcile that. But yeah, no, it's either I'm not paying good enough attention, or like my theories are going like wild, because I have a hard time getting a beat on you guys for a lot of these.
That's fun though.
Yeah, no, I'm having a blast. See, the thing is, like, I'm playing this the same. I'm playing with you guys, but I'm also enjoying the story that we're telling. I don't go to a movie and try to like guess the outcome. I just like to sit back and I like to see how things happen. So like, I'm very rarely disappointed in movies. So I am playing a little bit. It's like 20% trying to figure you guys out, but like I'm waiting for tomorrow night. I'm waiting for tomorrow night so I can see like really where this is going, because I'm waiting for how to you guys have laid your groundwork, you guys have paved your paths, and I want to see where that goes. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'll say there's been like 4 what I think are really big hints on mine.
You know, no one in the chat has been speculating. I would love to hear some more speculations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, never mind. I'm not gonna ask that question.
I don't think our Rebels have speculated yet.
No, not yet. I believe that TRB is right about Dorian. It's like Unholy Pact, Revenge, or Past Allegiance, like the top 3 of those, right? Soren, actually, I still believe Soren has Worst Fear, because he played really hard into that charm or that pendant.
That's true.
Pretty hard. So I believe that piece that he has of the pendant is what reminds him of who he was before, and he doesn't want to lose that, or else he will be completely consumed. So it's like holding on to like a Horcrux, right? It's his own Horcrux. It's his own it's the last bit of his soul. It also could be Unholy Pact for the ungodly amount of power he has. For TRB, I fucking hate your fortune cookie ass. I swear.
I'm telling you, most of those are purely just character choice things. They're not related. Most of them.
In most cases, though, I do believe you also have fear. Because in any point that we've been away, like in the last section where like Dorian left, I left, then Soren left, and you were still there, and you kind of like told a little bit about, I'm not sure what to do. You're in this place alone with all these other guards. The worst fear that you probably have is being left without any way of relying on other people to help you. Even though you have the ability to take care and defend yourself, you're still hindered because of your blindness and all that. So like hearing only gets you so far. So I think you have worst fear, but at the same time, true motive. That's kind of where I'm more like 95 on the worst fear and like 5 on the true motive.
See, I
love the pivot.
Well, yeah.
Like you could be completely harmless to the whole party, or you could be trying to murder all of us. Like it's one or the other.
I mean,
see, true motive keeps coming back to me, because at the end of the day, he could just be coming here to get his sight back.
He could.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do want to point out that the fact that we all have like 2 or 3 common guesses amongst us is kind of a testament to the way that we wrote the characters. And the fact, like, again, like I'm really struggling to figure out, like, if I'm the idiot or if you guys did a really good. I mean, the real reason is you guys did a really good job writing your characters and the way that you've been playing them. Because I know I'm not stupid, but I have to concede that there's that little bit in the back of my mind, like, yeah, maybe you should go back to the coloring book, Grim. Just like
No, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, but like it really is a testament to the way that this game is being played, and the way that we're like the dynamic that we've kind of like built since yesterday. And it's crazy to think that we've only been playing this for like a collective of like 6-7 hours right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It does not feel like it.
totally using this. I'm
Yeah.
totally using this
Right?
system.
Right?
I can't. I said it yesterday. I can't wait to run this game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, tomorrow's gonna be a baller time.
Tomorrow's
God,
gonna be
I'm not
amazing.
looking forward to that session
Ooh.
because
So
I
for
think
anybody-
we all. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna point out for anybody that joined us, because this is the second session of a planned 3-night 1 plot. So tomorrow is going to be the big, like 4-way revelation. It's gonna be like the kind of the big crescendo to everything that we've been building up last night and tonight.
Where can we find this system? I think you can buy it on Drive-Thru RPG. It was first published in like 2005. I don't know if you can buy physical copies anymore.
I actually found a PDF through a Google search.
Yeah, I posted it right in the chat.
Oh,
I was
Beautiful.
just doing that.
oh, there you go.
Yep. Perfect. And yeah, it's a very player narrative driven system. So we all kind of, whoever rolls high sets the stage. They determine the narrative and how it goes forward, and then we've got Celeste kind of reining us in and establishing the kind of the goalposts, or at least like the boundaries for how far we can go outside of our lane in the way that we narrate.
Yeah, yeah. I'm part referee and part, like, I don't know what the right word is, but like plot driver, right? At the beginning of the game, right? It's up to me to throw things at you to get action to occur, to get you to get your personalities out on the table. Then in the second part of the game, it's me trying to get you to look inwards. But still, like, when you stop, okay, we have to move closer to the witch. Here's the thing that happens. What do you do about it, right? To present the situations. I mean, the story, I haven't made much of a story. I wove a couple threads through there, and I don't know if you guys noticed them, but, you know, you definitely noticed the ghosts recurring, right?
No, you're very subtly making us reveal our face, which is great.
Yeah, yeah.
Subterfuge is what she's really good at.
Yeah.
Thank
But I do
you.
want
I
to say to
tried.
all of you, what I'm really enjoying just in this group, right, is that when we get like the success and a half or the double success, I really enjoy that we're all being like, hey, I'll take one, you take the other. Let's all be a part of this story.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that happens very commonly in other groups that I played with as well.
I think we should coin the phrase playerative as a player narrative.
Mm,
It's a very playerative game.
I like that.
Mhm.
it is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is. It is. So, if you don't mind me, like, talking about what the climax might end up looking like for those who may want to, on the fence about coming back tomorrow.
I'd also like to hear your theories on what we all are too. Just throwing that out there.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Actually,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
We should point out, so Celeste, our GM, does not know what our fates are.
I do not. They were given out in secret, and that's part of the exciting thing for me to watch this play out and make my own guesses. So I think that Dorian is unholy pact. He owes the witch a debt, and he's trying to make good on it. I'm a little bit on the fence with Tobor. Everyone thinks it's revenge, but I haven't seen him getting in conflict with anyone, really. not in the same ways that everyone else has. He hasn't done any backstabbing yet. And that could be leading into revenge, but usually someone who's going for revenge is trying to build up the trust with the person they want revenge against. So when it comes to the moment that their back is turned, they throw down all their trust. They go -6. You can't do anything about it. You're dead. Right? So, you know, Tobor it's always been like, nah, Tobor's Tobor. I don't want to up or down my trust. So I think
Tobor.
I'm trying to remember what Rebel like speculated other people, because one thing that it could be that I've been thinking about is desperately in love, and I mentioned that last time. The dead master like trying to protect the artifacts of the temple, but I don't remember if he threw that at Soren or not. I should have kept my notes. I think Soren could be desperately in love. The pendant, the note from dear to dear someone, or dearest, or it is true motive that Soren wants power from the witch. However, though, only Dorian was trying to jump at the chance to get in an audience with the witch. Everyone else seemed very skittish about that. And a true motive person would definitely want to get that. So, and then Finnegan, you confuse me so much. But I love your fortune cookies.
It's not just us then.
Yeah, not just you. But I love the
He's a
fortune
wizard of
cookie.
words.
I love the fortune cookie, and I believe in you. Like, you're gonna like reveal your fate tomorrow, and then we're all just gonna go, oh, it all makes sense now.
Yeah, the fortune cookie stuff is, again, 95% of it is all just, it's
I know.
thematically appropriate for the character.
But like, I really enjoy them. I've been
Yeah.
every day you're just like, it's like a poem, and I'm like, did you write this ahead of time? Because these are beautiful.
It was a spur of the moment thing too. Like, that was a character choice I made yesterday after we started.
But
I'm fully expecting to just throw my notepad up, throw my headphones off, and just walk away from the situation as soon as he reveals it.
Yeah, same.
Although I am a little bit sold on GrimQuest, your pitch about why it's worst fear. And
that's the thing. Like, I'm like, am I just like trying to freaking find one in these words?
Maybe.
Like, am I just like, all right, got my little board up here of strings. He said
you gotta-
this, and then they also said this. So if I connect them together by this super tiny, almost invisible wire, it'll make sense.
and Rebels
Gonna have
guess
the Charlie Day meme.
Yeah.
Exactly.
and Rebels guess that ulterior motive like makes logical sense, but the fact that he wasn't jumping at the chance to have an audience with the witch, he was the last one up from the table. Yeah. So
We'll
I'm
have to- everyone's
very-
going
This-
to tune in. Everyone needs to tune in tomorrow then.
Everyone needs to
This'll
tune
be-
in
it sounds
tomorrow.
like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to tell my story. This was at the con
Yeah.
game. So I titled that game The Undermountain Witch. I don't know if any of you have played that module before. I thought it was fun and thematic, and I didn't want to do that for this stream because of, fan content policy. We're not actually playing Dungeons and Dragons, right? But in that moment, like, they were in, like, under mountain, down the bowels, and one person just goes, nope, I'm out. Ulterior motive, I'm gonna go rob the vault. And just leaves everyone, like, in the confrontation while fighting the witch. The other guy drops, I've got revenge. And then he goes to stab the guy he's got revenge at, who's right now fighting the witch. It was like bedlam. So
Reminds me a lot of my Drow story.
yeah. So that's what you might be in for tomorrow. Better tune in.
Somebody's
for it.
gonna get shanked.
Somebody's gonna get shanked, and either Soren or
Or maybe
Tobor's gonna
not.
do it.
There's only 4
That's-
of us, so like there are
that's
2 fates.
8:30 Eastern. Don't miss it.
Yeah. You want to be here.
Be
There
here.
are 2 fates.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh, we're doing the camera thing.
Wait.
Yeah,
were there
so I'm gonna-
any fates that nobody speculated?
No, I think we've used all of them.
Yeah, we've all.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yep.
we've used all of them.
That's the really, I think that's the extra layer of difficulty here. There's 4 of us, but 6 fates. So there's 2 that aren't even in play, but we just don't know which 2 they are.
Right?
Unless there's a 7th fortune cookie fate, and it's been super obvious the whole time.
You know what though? I think that now that you say that, 10 Rabid Bears, I would say probably never running this with 6 people. You always have to have one fate floating around.
Yeah.
Because as soon as there is a full group with all 6 fates assigned, it kind of gets rid of that subterfuge because everybody's going to be guessing a fate that they're like. There's never a floating one that people can just randomly float around between everybody.
Yeah, I have a note of like all the ones that I think that like I've been keeping tabs on for everybody, but there's one that I think collectively we've only really mentioned once. Or maybe twice.
Is that worse?
All the other ones, yeah. All the other ones have been mentioned repeatedly.
Yeah.
Like we all are like, nope, it's got to be one of these ones. And it's pretty consistent of True Motive, Desperate in Love, Past Allegiances, and then like Revenge thrown in there.
Yeah. And only one person is possibly thought of as Revenge.
Right.
Right.
So what I find interesting about that is I think that's a really good or bad indication of how we're all playing those
Maybe.
fates.
And it's gonna
Like, we're all
maybe it's gonna
picking
be a
up similar
surprise.
things.
Finnegan has revenge. Last
knows?
minute.
And so I guess so a question that I think I know the answer to, but it'll also benefit people watching it. There's no mechanical benefit to guessing somebody's fate.
No.
Like it doesn't give you any advantage over them.
Nope.
It's really just like seeing if you were right.
Yep.
It's like a mini game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like a meta for the players. Like it's something else that we can speculate on, like while we roleplay.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Shadows assigned everyone the same fate.
They'll never guess it now.
But I want to say big thanks to Celeste for running this.
Oh, you're welcome.
I've been having a blast. Everybody has been fantastic a part of this year. Rebel, 10 Rabid Bears, Grimbeard Adventures, you guys, I'm having a freaking fantastic time playing with you guys. It has been probably one of the smoothest, like, it's a 3-shot, but 1-shot that I've ever been a part of where we all kind of just went with the flow. And so thank you, Celeste. Everybody,
You're
check
welcome.
out 3D Dice. I've been having fun. I have a little Dorian dice. Whenever I've been helping people, I've been rolling their dice. So when I help Soren, I roll Soren's dice. When I help Finnegan, I roll a Finnegan dice.
I was trying to do the same thing.
Nice.
I was doing the same
Well,
thing.
that was the reason I made the dice in the first place. It just so happened that I didn't understand how development extensions work. And because I'm not
That's okay.
affiliate, I couldn't use the regular extent. Well, next time
It's all
I
new
pull one of these
territory.
off. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yep.
true. So what
But
I'm
yes,
hearing is
I want to second that. It was this has been great, and I appreciate like just being involved with this. This is fantastic.
Oh, well, you
Same.
all have been great for me. Thank you all for coming. Like tomorrow is my birthday. This is my birthday present to myself, and I'm having a blast.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Even more of a
Actually-
reason why everybody needs to come back tomorrow.
Yes.
Because you all
Find
have to
that
come back for
today-
her birthday.
Today is your birthday. 'cause
Today is
it's
my
4:30 on
birthday.
the
It's
East
my
Coast.
birthday now. Happy birthday,
Yeah,
me.
so happy birthday.
Yep.
Say it's your birthday. Yeah.
Hey,
happy birthday.
everybody, what would be really cool for as a birthday present? Tomorrow, she had a secret goal of getting to 70. We could all pump that number up, bring your friends over, get that to 80 at least. That would be an awesome birthday present.
We're at 74 right now. We can get that up to like 90. Let's do that.
Like
That was a rookie number. You got to get that up to 100, I think.
100, yeah.
I like 100, but I'm the guy who like tempers expectations a little bit. Even you know.
Right.
Yep.
The dragon advances.
I know.
We're going for 100.
I don't know if you guys have picked up. So I'm playing a turtle that kind of thinks he's a dragon.
It's
Like,
great.
I love
he
it.
has the pride of a dragon at the very least.
I have like a cartoonish image of him, and it's from a movie, and I can't put my finger on what movie. It's probably a Disney movie, and I can't put my finger on what turtle you are, but I can see it in my head.
All right.
I'm gonna
It'll-
like think about it and send it to you.
It'll
At a
come
later
to
time.
you months from now.
Yeah.
3 in the morning.
Or yeah,
I like
or yeah, I was
Nikki
gonna say, or at 3 in the
Bowser.
morning.
Like Nikki threw out that you're Bowser.
I am a little bit. It's
Yeah,
if
yeah.
yeah, it's got. I can picture that scene, like especially the new Bowser, like the penguins, like do,
Do you yield?
do you kneel? I do not.
And then just the flame melts everything.
And then he breaks into a ballad. Peaches, 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 peaches.
Yeah, right.
They had
I still have
Jack
to
Black.
watch that
They
movie.
had to do it.
I've listened to it. My kids watched it twice. Do we
Only
just
twice?
hit another follower goal?
No, she
No,
started it.
I
She
just
started
set it to 100.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Good.
Like I said I would.
I got excited
Sorry.
too. I was like, oh.
I got
No.
really excited. Yep.
It's a non-secret goal now.
Yep.
Well, so that was my secret goal. That was my secret fate, getting to 70 followers.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. All right.
Right.
I think it's time to wrap up. I need to go to bed. I got work in the morning.
Same.
Yeah.
Does anybody have anyone to write out to?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Ooh,
We're open to suggestions in chat, I think.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Spread the love.
Can I make a suggestion? It's a non tabletop suggestion.
Okay.
So Tuna Fish is a wonderful streamer who's actually going to be kicking off a 4-day raid train for type 1 diabetes research starting tomorrow night. He's on right now playing Hunt Showdown, but I would love to give him a little bit more exposure on the raid train that he is starting up tomorrow night. And I mean, not to toot my own horn, but if you guys stick around for each station in the raid train, I actually did a little voiceover and like a little like video bump for every channel that gets rated out to. So it's yeah, it was a fun little project that I was able to kind of like donate some time to. So, type 1 diabetes research is near and dear to Tuna's heart, and he does this every year. So, if you're okay with that suggestion,
Works for me. You gotta spell
Okay.
it though.
yeah, it's not the standard spelling. It's TOONAFEESH. I'll copy and paste that in chat here.
Fish.
Yeah, Tuna Fish.
Okay. Well,
Love that spelling.
thank you everyone for joining. It's been a wonderful evening. Great birthday for me. Wonderful roleplay from everyone. And give 3D Dice a look because it's my favorite thing in the world. And see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Night all.